to be running too late.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. In
Good
compliance
morning.
with notification requirements of the Ohio Open Meeting Law under COVID-19 emergency declaration, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted. All boards and commissions under the purview of the City Planning Department conduct its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. Abstentions from any vote due to a conflict of interest should be stated for the record prior to the taking of any vote. In order to ensure that everyone participating in the meeting have the opportunity to be heard, we ask that you use the raise hand feature before asking a question or making a comment. The raise hand feature can be found in the participants panel on the desktop and mobile version and activated by clicking the hand icon. Please wait for the chair or facilitator to recognize you and be sure to select unmute and announce yourself before you speak. When finished speaking, please lower your hand by clicking on the raise hand icon again and mute your microphone. We will also be utilizing the chat feature to communicate with participants. The chat feature can be activated by clicking the chat button located on the bottom of the WebEx screen. Call-in users can unmute by using *6. All meeting activity is being recorded via the WebEx platform. These proceedings are also being live streamed via YouTube. We have provided a link to the meeting for those who wish to speak on a particular case via our website and email. We have also received emails from those who have provided written comment on a particular matter. Mr. Chairman, the meeting is yours.
Thank you very much. Before we get started, I just want to remind all the presenters, I would like you to be concise and to the point and allow us to ask questions. We have a large agenda in front of us. So Michael, call the roll, please.
Bowen.
Present.
Downing.
Present.
Fluker. Curry.
Present.
Paul. Tommy, are you there? Slight.
Present. She's having audio issues.
Okay. We do have a quorum, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We're going to move to page 12. It's a zoning map amendment. It's unnumbered. It's changing the use, area, and height districts of parcels of land south of the future Opportunity Corridor Boulevard between East 75th Street and East 79th Street. Shannon, are you starting off this one?
Yes, I am. Thank you for allowing me to go first. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Next slide, please. Next slide. All right, Shannon Leonard, City Planning. So this is really, the purpose of this rezoning was brought to us by Director Collier and the administration. And it's really to ensure that the Northeast Ohio Food Hub cold storage facility development can move forward in line with the Job Generation District and Activity Center of the East 79th Street Corridor Vision Plan, as well as the proposed form-based code Job Corps area. Next slide, please. And so, as you can see, this is the area south of Rawlings. Rawlings will be the future Opportunity Corridor area between East 75th and East 79th. Currently, it's zoned semi-industry, multifamily, and general retail. Next slide, please. And so the East 79th corridor calls for this area to be a job generation district. Really, this is just a primary gateway between the neighborhood and the Opportunity Corridor. It'll serve as a job center, activity center, regionally focused tenants, mixed-use buildings to line the street along East 79th here, providing a strong inch and a sense of arrival. They're calling for 3 to 5 story buildings to create walkable neighborhood with high density housing, business and commercial uses. It'll serve the neighborhood as well as area employees and transit riders, and it'll be daytime and nighttime uses. As you can see on the right-hand corner, it's just kind of calling out the different buildings in this plan. And you'll see how this correlates with the rezoning that we are after today. Next slide, please. And this is the current proposed area for the form-based code that is coming along. As you can see, it's calling for your campus research in the same area as well as retail along the East 79th corridor, kind of following along with the East 79th Street plan. Again, right now, this is just a proposal of the character map for the form-based code for this area. Next slide, please. And so the original proposal with the Northeast Ohio Food Hub was to have the building located here with this parking lot on East 79th Street. And so we did not feel as though this was really meeting the vision plan or the form-based code plan, as we want a strong urban area along East 79th Street. And so next slide, please. Working with the architects and the developers in this project, there's the architect in our department, Mr. Santora and Pega, have been working, as well as the director, to come up with maybe a better idea to give them, to present them to meet our plans more closely. And so the proposal here is proposal building A would be along the opportunity corridor with the future building, or vice versa. And then leaving this area that's going to be retail to have a strong retail front with dense buildings along the front, making a good urban streetscape for pedestrian friendly along East 79th. So next slide, please. And so the proposal here is really to rezone the project site area semi-industry G2, and then changing the general retail to actual limited retail along East 79th Street and adding an urban form overlay. In the meantime, as we wait for that form-based code to really go into place. And I'll walk you through each section. Next slide, please. And so this area of the project, as you can see, is mostly vacant land. It's owned by the city or the county. And we're proposing to change this to semi-industry G2. This will accommodate the use, square footage, and height that the project is calling for. The Northeast Ohio Food Hub is basically a distribution storage center, cold storage facility. And so that's first permitted in a semi-industry district. And as you can see, it's currently zoned multifamily with some semi-industry. This aligns with the job generation district of the East 79th Street corridor study, as well as the future form-based code, and it consolidates those districts. Next slide, please. And then this area along here is general retail along East 79th. We're proposing limited retail. This will align with the job generation district and the form-based code for mixed retail, high density housing. And it also consolidates some of those districts. And again, you'll see here there's a vacant land, as well as a couple buildings still left remaining. Next slide, please. And then the next section is just adding that urban form overlay along East 79th and on the northern section of the parcel facing the opportunity corridor next to the project site. This will support our walkable neighborhoods and mixed use districts, and it encourages alternative transit methods, and it establishes a strong urban form as a transition between now and when the form-based code goes into legislation. Next slide, please. And so, as you can see, this is where the urban form overlay will go along East 79th and south of the opportunity corridor. And again, this will encourage a vibrant pedestrian experience to serve as a gateway to the neighborhood. Next slide, please. So this is the proposal here. Again, this is so that we can move this Northeast Ohio food distribution project forward. We're changing the multifamily into semi-industry G2. This will allow for that project to move forward, as well as to be able to leave some parkscape down here south of Crowell, and then having a strong urban form along East 79th in line with the East 79th Street corridor plan, as well as the form-based code or future form-based code plan. Any questions?
Shannon, this is going to come back to design review, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Good. Okay.
Director Collier may be able to, or Anthony may be able to talk about it a little bit more.
Okay. Well, let's open it up to the public. We're going to hear from proponents first, those people in favor of the zoning change, and then we're going to hear from opponents, those people against the zoning change. We ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes or less so we can move on to other projects on our agenda. So,
And Chairman,
yes.
Chairman, I just wanted to remind everybody that any call-in users, if you're on the phone, *6 to unmute.
Thank you. Okay. Proponents, those people in favor of the zoning change, proponents.
I'm not seeing anybody.
Okay. Opponents, those people against the zoning change, opponents.
Again, if you're on the phone, *6 to unmute. I'm not seeing anyone, Mr. Chairman. Oh, we have, August says he must recuse himself.
Oh, okay. I'm going to close the public part of the meeting. Commission members, questions, motions?
We had Councilman Slythe with his hand raised.
Oh, go ahead.
Councilman?
Thank you. Has Councilmember Gray been briefed on this? I know she's relatively new, and I haven't spoken with her on this proposed rezoning, and I don't want to put the cart before the horse and start approving things before the local council members had an opportunity to weigh in.
Can anyone answer that?
It is my understanding that Chief Ripka has had conversation with the Councilwoman.
You know, I have to agree with Councilman Slythe. I just want to confirm that.
And I want to add, and this is me on my own personal soapbox, but it's my understanding is that if this rezoning, the intent of this rezoning is to allow for food-related uses on the Opportunity Corridor, when there's a proposal from the administration directly across 79th Street to have asphalt and concrete plants. As a former site selector that specialized in the food industry, those two uses are not compatible with each other. And I worry that we need to have a much more fundamental conversation about what's going on with our larger plans in the Opportunity Corridor, not exclusively within the bounds of 75th and 79th, but the whole corridor, because I'm starting to have concerns that our plan is looking for silver bullets and is not as holistic as it needs to be.
This is Lillian, although I completely agree with Charles. I think the importance of zoning for this use is important to kind of protect the ability to have this food-related business here and not have other uses that we don't want. So, and I think it also makes the case for what you're saying across the street for why that maybe shouldn't be there. So I feel like this has always been in the plan and has always been something that the community has wanted, this food hub, and relates to all the food businesses along Carnegie and in this area that are thriving here, both food producers as well as food manufacturers. So I think it's very in sync with what's there and also protects the future of the corridor. So, I'm in favor of this, and I think it's important to do it so that other things don't happen here. So I would move approval.
Mr. Chairman, we have Shannon Leonard with her hand raised again.
Yep,
Shannon, go ahead.
could you go up like 3 or 4 slides up to the beginning?
Back three slides, you mean?
Yeah, or 5. I'm not exactly sure how many. If you keep going,
Just tell me when.
keep going. One more. Yeah, so this was the 79th Street corridor plan. And in this plan, this calls for a food hub at this location. As Lillian had stated, this plan and study was done prior to me starting at the City Planning Commission. But I'm sure Director Collier could give you more information and background on this being a food hub. But this was a very detailed plan that had a lot of community engagement. And so this has been, as Lillian has stated, in the works for quite some time, and the zoning is just now catching up with it. And so I just wanted to make this clear that this has definitely been a study. And then Chief Ripka has talked to and reached out.
Lorraine?
And I have emails from them stating that. And then And then they also worked extensively with Councilwoman Cleveland prior to the new councilwoman.
Okay,
let me speak to
thanks for
this,
that
if I may,
information.
Chairman.
So we have a motion from Lillian Curry. Do we have a second?
I'll second it, Downing, but I think Director Collier wants to speak as well.
I do. And thank you for your comments, Planning Commission members. I just want to say that the Opportunity Corridor effort has been a very extensive lift for this administration. As many of you know, the study for 79th Street was specifically designed, just like the Thrive 105 initiative, to really start to connect this neighborhood to the actual, the Opportunity Corridor to surrounding neighborhoods. Part of the reason why the 79th Street corridor was done, as Shannon alluded to, was to promote walkability and to reinforce investment in the transit facilities which have occurred. In addition, you see on this illustration, item B, in the large footprint building that actually creates opportunity for jobs, and also the establishment of a facility that's going to ensure that Orlando Baking Company and other businesses locally have storage capacity in order to retain and make sure that their operations are efficient. So we felt strongly that the building footprint, as well as the use, fits what the plan's intent and spirit is. This is why we're moving this forward. And I also just verified with Chief Ripka, there is a detailed discussion that's actually happening next week. So if in fact the commission feels like they want to wait or to move this forward, that is okay. But I just want to be clear with respect to the consistency with the plan. And as you know, the current council woman who just came aboard is continuing to be acclimated to some of the development proposals and things that are happening. As Councilwoman Cleveland was on board with this particular proposal and was very much aware. And we're just in the midst of a transition time. So if there's a comfort level with waiting, that is perfectly fine. But I just want to be clear that this is not something that's being pulled out of the sky, and it's something that the administration did not think about or analyze. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I hope you can understand my comments.
Sure. So we have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion?
I just go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to call you. Go ahead.
All right. I just to clarify, because Lillian's right. The intent of the Opportunity Corridor from its onset has been heavily focused in food processing, food distribution, food storage. I want to point out that there is an elephant in the room, however, and that from working with many clients looking for facilities across the country, being near a concrete or asphalt plant was a non-starter. And while that is beyond the purview of what specifically this motion is, I think we all have to appreciate that we risk jeopardizing this entire plan by not doing it correctly. We risk, the concrete and asphalt create fumes, they create dust. The food industry is incredibly sensitive to all of those, and we already have successful food processors in this immediate vicinity. We don't want to jeopardize them, and I will support this today, knowing that it's going through the legislative process as well. But I want to put everybody on notice that this has to be a point of discussion, or else we just got the state to build a fancy road that nobody's going to want to locate along.
No, those are all good points, Charles, and we get it. We deal with the food industry too, so I understand exactly what you're saying. And Lillian pointed out earlier in her motion.
Right.
Go ahead, Lillian.
One last comment before we vote. Charles, I actually totally agree with you.
So do I.
Part of my reason for wanting to vote this is that we do a lot of planning in the city, and a lot of planning has happened on Opportunity Corridor, but we don't follow through with the zoning. And had we followed through with the zoning for the corridor in a way that would have really put teeth into this vision around a kind of food related thing, then we would not have the situation we have currently in a way that I think we now have to think about. So my thing about the commission and the work we do is that we really do have to follow through with all the plans that we have, with the teeth around zoning and other things so that we can actually do something when something comes that violates it. And I don't think that's what's happened here. So that's why I want to move this forward so that we can say that it does not fit within the vision that is here.
Thank you, Lillian. So I'll call the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
I'll call the roll,
Oh,
Mr.
no,
Chairman.
call the roll, please. Sorry about that.
Gives a
Call
little
the
bit
roll.
more clarity. Bowen,
Yes.
Downing,
Yes.
Curry,
Yes, yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Slight,
Yes.
Motion carries. Good luck. So Freddie, you know what that means that I called it the old fashioned way? We need to get back in the same room with each other.
Thank you.
I look forward to that. Thank you, Shannon.
If I may go on the record, because I want to be very clear to Councilman Slice's point with respect to the discussion that's going to be had with the councilwoman next week is what I was told, and I just found out. So I just want to be clear that I'm going on record stating that there is this meeting to discuss numerous projects with the councilwoman next week with the administration. So I just want to be clear about that part of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving to the front of the agenda again. So these are a number of special presentations for public art. The first one is in the Cleveland Public Library, the Harvard Lee branch, and it's a mural. So you're going to take it away, Tara?
Yes, good morning, Commission. This first project at the Harvard Lee branch of the Cleveland Public Library is a rotating mural that was approved at the Southeast Design Review on May 12th. I'm very much in support of the project as it's going to activate the expansion of public art into a very underserved area of our city. And the concept of the art, which Erin will get into when I turn it over to her for the actual presentation, is very similar to the rotating art that is on the Cafe Art Wall in Public Square, which we're all familiar with. They've engaged a wonderful local artist, Darius Stewart, who has installed a few murals around the city, as well as exhibited nationally and at the MoCA Museum. So I'm going to turn this over to Erin to go through her presentation and give you some more details. Thank you.
Hi everyone, Erin Guido from Land Studio, and I'm actually going to have Erin Mason, the Director of Community Engagement from the Cleveland Public Library, say a few words, and then we'll get into the presentation, but we're keeping it to 7 minutes, don't worry.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Erin Mason, Director of Community Engagement. I just wanted to say a few words about the See Also project and our partnership with Land Studio. The library has been fortunate to partner with Land Studio on a public art installation in our Eastman Reading Garden, an annual public art installation in our Eastman Reading Garden for, I think, over a decade. But this year is exciting for us in that we're expanding into our neighborhoods with the first expansion location being in the Harvard Lee branch. And I'm happy to turn it over back to Erin and everybody else. And I hope you enjoy what they have to say.
Thanks, Erin.
You're welcome.
If you want to flip to the next slide, you can just see little context images. The Harvard Lee branch we picked because it has great walls, and we felt like there needed to be some public art in this location. It's also, the wall we picked is extremely visible from both when you're entering the library as well as the shopping plaza that it's located near. If you want to flip to the next images, you can see some outside images of the actual building. Flip one more, and you can see the wall that we're proposing. So we're proposing the location of the mural will be near the main entrance where most people enter, and it's also kind of where everyone drives in to both park for the library and park for the shopping plaza that this branch is located near. You can flip to the next one. As Tara mentioned, this is actually going to be modeled off of the rotating public art that's on the back of the cafe on the public square. So you can just see a couple examples here of how that's turned out. We also have Dave Wellner here with us to answer any of this commission's questions about the install or fabrication process. But basically all these artworks are printed on vinyl, which is pretty cool because it allows us to work with artists that may have never produced something at large scale. Maybe this could be a lot of artists' first public art commission because it's their first time scaling up. We can also work with not only, you know, someone that's familiar with paint and murals, but also like a illustrator or a designer or a photographer. If you flip one more, you can see a couple more examples. And this, the public square is 32 by around 11 feet. And then, so the proposal that we're using for the Harvard Lee branch is a little smaller. So if you keep flipping, you can see that our proposed size of the mural for the Harvard Lee branch is 25 by 10, which will be basically that top portion of the brick wall. And if you flip to the next one. So just a couple details about how this is installed. So it's printed on vinyl. We always offer the vinyl after the installation is done. We offer the artist the vinyl, which for public square, most artists actually take it and use the material to either hang somewhere else or cut up and make something new. And then if they don't take it, we always donate the material to Upcycle Part Shop, who uses the vinyl in different ways. And basically the mural is installed kind of like taut around a framing system. And if you have any questions about it, Dave Wellner's here from West Camp, a fabricator installer who's also done the public square installation and is going to install this one as well. If you flip to the next one. One more. So we're super excited to work with local artist Darius Stewart. We're working with him, as Aaron mentioned, on the full See Also project, which is our rotating public art that is always installed in the Eastman Reading Garden every summer temporarily. Darius is a very well-known local artist, went to CIA, and he's kind of blowing up nationally as well. And we worked with him on a number of murals. I actually think we worked with him on his first public art mural outside, and now he's done many other murals throughout the city. If you flip one more, just for context, so the artwork that Darius has created, which if I know he had to teach a class, but if he's able to say just a few words, he's still on this call to talk about his concept. But the mural actually relates to the See Also artwork that's going to be installed in the Eastman Reading Garden. We're excited because we're actually turning his drawings and paintings into 3D sculptures that relate to the mural as well. So just for context, the two concepts are related. If you flip one more. Darius, are you still on the call?
I'm still here. Hello, everybody. Yeah, so just to kind of go and tell you a little bit about what this mural is. And I think it's the next slide where it actually shows. If you could flip to the next slide. All right, so this mural is kind of stemming off of a series of works I have called Baggage Claim, and it's about these kids kind of helping to find the new path. So it's a search of new beginnings is the title of this series of pieces. And it's basically all about this idea of trying to unpack that baggage so that we can move forward. So that's kind of what they're doing here. They're kind of helping me to find the path, the road I should take to move forward in my life. So if anybody know a little bit about my series of works, it kind of stems from this idea if you could carry your emotional, physical baggage around with you, what would it look like, right? And everybody can kind of relate. So you usually see a book bag and flashlights, things of that sort within it. And those are help to indicate like trying to find something or in search of, right? So this whole series is kind of branching off of my idea of carrying that baggage, and now it's the idea of kind of letting that baggage go so we can go to a new place and we can grow as people. So that's kind of what this series is about. And I'm here to answer any questions as well. But I think you can go to the next slide and then show how it will be on the building.
Thanks, Darius.
No problem.
So you can see the image scaled to the building there. And then the final slide is just a couple points about how we're moving forward. We, if you flip one more, we're hoping to work with CPL on 1 to 3 mural changes out per year. And we'll the process will be worked in with the See Also budget. So coordinating with the See Also budget, but the artwork probably doesn't always have to be coordinated with the artist that's working with the See Also installation. And we're super excited about this project and happy to answer any questions.
Darius, beautiful piece. Thank you. Commission members.
Move approval, Downing.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion second. Further discussion? Call the roll, please.
Bowen,
Yes.
Downing,
Yes.
Fluker,
Yes.
Curry,
Yes.
Paul.
Yes.
Slight,
Yes.
Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you, Darius. The next one, and I guess there's a series of these, is temporary public art, and it's grand piano. Tara, you want to talk us through this one?
Yes, so this project is actually a project of Piano Cleveland with the upcoming international piano competition here in the city. It's going to touch several neighborhoods, including the ones that you see today, which will be downtown, Waterloo, and University Circle. It's similar in concept to the Rock Hall guitars and Chinese Zodiac animals that we've seen in the past. There's a total of 15 locations that they're working with and community partners. 8 of those locations are outdoor. The entire exhibit is less than 30 days. It's going to be from June 11th to July 8th. And it's a very engaging and interactive form of public art that's going to engage local artists. And I do want to make one point. There's one address correction on one of the locations where it said 5805 Euclid Avenue. There was a mix-up between the University Hospital, Rainbow Babies and Children's Hospital versus the Rainbow Women and Children's Center. So the correct address is actually of the hospital at 2101 in Delbert. These that you're seeing today have already been approved at Downtown Flats Design Review, as well as Euclid Corridor Design Review yesterday on the 20th, and Northeast Design Review for the Waterloo location on May 18th. And these neighborhoods are wards 3, 6, and 8. And I'm going to turn it over to Nicole Mesky-Nab of Piano Cleveland to go into the presentation. Thank you.
Wonderful. All for having me. And thank you, Tara, for the introduction. As Tara mentioned, I'm here today to present the Grand Piano Pursuit. A little bit about the project summary. So we're hosting this to commemorate the upcoming 2021 Cleveland International Piano Competition. The program will feature pianos that have been uniquely repurposed by our Cleveland artists. And we're encouraging Clevelanders to get out and explore the one-of-a-kind art in our one-of-a-kind city for chances to win prizes before the competition begins in July. The dates are June 11th to July 8th, so just under a month. And as mentioned, 15 participating organizations. We bring to you today 4 of those. On the next slide, we can go into a little bit about why we put the project together. One, we wanted to encourage Clevelanders to explore the land. The Cleveland International Piano Competition is very well known worldwide. However, we wanted to bring some local awareness and anticipation to the competition through the rollout of this public art piece. We also wanted to give purpose to our local artists. We know it's been a challenging year, and which is why we've commissioned 15 local Cleveland artists to work with us on this piece to be able to share their expression of music through the local pieces. as well as for our organizations. A lot of their events and concerts have been canceled, so this is a great way for them to be able to get their name out there, drive traffic to their website and social media pages. And lastly, to be able to repurpose. We've worked with Steinway and Son Cleveland on a number of projects. They come across a handful of unused or unwanted pianos. And we're happy to be able to repurpose and give these pianos a new life and put them back into the community. And then on the next slide, as mentioned, we're working with 15 organizations. So if you want, we can jump right into the 4 that we're looking for your approval today. On the next slide will be Waterloo Arts. This is a playable piano. The photo that you see is where it will be placed. So in the courtyard in the back there, out of the way of the walkway, but close enough to tables and chairs so people can gather and listen to music or admire the arts. On the following slide is rendering of the artwork. So Waterloo is working with Jamie. Her inspiration is taken from Waterloo as a whole, but it's also bringing in their new vision for their green palette, which is encouraging the community to revitalize their planter beds. The left is the image of the piano as it is now. The right is the image of what it will look like when it's completed. The next slide is University Hospital Sedman Cancer Center. So this is an upright piano that will be placed outside the main entrance. And then if you go to the following slide, they're working with Megan Young. On the left is some of a rendering of her previous artwork for this particular piece. You'll see the inspiration on the bottom right, taken from the fun, colorful, soft squares. This, please note, is the address is incorrect. It should be 2101 Alderbert. So this is Rainbow Babies and Children's Hospital. This will be an upright piano as well, placed outside the main entrance. And they are working with Scott Pickering on the next slide, who we actually offered all the artists to do with as they saw fit with the piano. So meaning they could take it apart, they could reconstruct it, they could turn it into a new sculpture if they wanted to, or they could keep it as is and paint and decorate. Scott, with the help of University Hospital, is turning his into a musical sculpture. I know University Hospital wanted to steer away from the hands-on contact with the piano and have something more that could be admired. And he is just taking in consideration where it will be, fun colors, shapes, definitely a lot of energy. And the last one is Cleveland Public Square. It will be placed, the piano, the upright playable piano will be placed in the splash pad. In the following slide, you can see they're working with artist Anthony. And he's taking inspiration from Cleveland's historic beauty and architecture of Public Square. He'll be transforming pieces of it with sculptures, utilizing both metal and wood, symbolically merging the old and new of the city. And that completes the 4 that we are looking for approval today. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. So Stami texted me and she's gonna abstain from this vote because even though the piano they did isn't in here for approval, she's doing one. So she's gonna abstain. Questions?
I move approval. Downing.
Second, Curry.
So can I have approval with stated amendment because there was an address correction?
I move approval with the amendment of the address correction.
Thank you.
Second, Curry.
Motion and second for the discussion. Call the roll, please.
Bowen,
Yes.
Downing,
Yes.
Fluker,
Yes.
Curry, Slight,
Yes.
Motion carries. Good luck. I look forward to seeing these.
Thank you. We appreciate the support.
The next one is public art. It's a mural. It's 3140 West 25th Street. Tara?
Yes, this mural is the second installment of the Museo de Mi Barrio arches that's been getting done in this in Ward 14 with the Julia de Burgos Cultural Arts Center. This mural was approved in Northwest Design Review on May 12th with the recommendation, which they've since made, of repositioning the order of the artworks on the wall. I am also in support of this. It improves the facade of the building while it's currently undergoing some renovations, and it celebrates Latin culture as well as giving platform to Latin artists. And as we know, this particular neighborhood has a very large Latinx population. I am going to turn this over to Mackenzie Merriman of Julia de Burgos Cultural Arts Center to go through the entire presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. So as Tara mentioned, this is the second installment of El Museo de Mi Barrio. It's a public art initiative at Julia de Burgos Cultural Arts Center, and our goal for the project is to bring this collection of new and vibrant artworks by Latino, Latina, and Latinx artists to the Clark Fulton and Brooklyn Center neighborhoods. As these types of artists are rarely seen in museums or in galleries, we want to bring the museum and the gallery to the street where people can actually see them. The location is 3140 West 25th Street. I'll refer to it as the Weber Building, and it's owned by the Northeast Ohio Hispanic Center for Business or Economic Development, pardon me. And there are 3 panels, and they're each 106 inches wide and 92 inches tall. And this is part of the Cleveland Foundation's Creative Fusion program. A lot of the planning was done last year. Ideally, we wanted these items going up last year, but with everything being postponed, we're now at the point of presenting the designs today. So thank you for your time, and let's go to the next slide. So this is the Weber Building. As you can see, there are those 3 windowed panels that the art pieces would be going into. And if you go to the next slide, these are just a few more facing, south facing and north facing views of the building. And if we keep going, this is an aerial view to orient where the building is. It's on the west side of 25th between Clark and Alton. And if we go to the next slide, we can start looking at the artworks. So the first piece is by Gilberto Rivera. He's a comics artist, does a lot of superhero work, and teaches art classes at the center, actually. So we're excited to give him this opportunity to scale up his work. The theme of this collection is about the Taino people, which is a strong and protective indigenous people of Puerto Rico. So we have some warrior images, we have some protection images, and then some textures. So it's also an effort to highlight this indigenous culture that a lot of people in Cleveland feel connected to. So if we go to the next slide, our second artist is Bruno Cassiano. So he's also located in Cleveland, and his piece has a lot of textures and elements of traditional Puerto Rican culture. And then the third artist on the next slide is Gabriel Marcano. So this image isn't quite done. He still has to finish the woman's hair, but she's burning a bundle of white sage, and that's a traditional native sacred plant for protection. So and he's actually the only artist that's doing a physical painting. So that's being finished and shipped to us from Florida. The other 2 pieces are digital artworks. And if we go to the next slide, this was the initial lineup of the pieces. We thought to have the 2 human figures flanking the more graphic design piece in the middle. But at the Near West Design Review meeting, it was suggested that maybe we move Gil's piece with the red to the center, just because the red is so bold. Visually, it might make more sense. So that's mocked up in the next slide. So I would welcome any feedback or insights about those different methods. And then if we keep moving forward, we can talk about the installation process. So I'm super grateful that Aaron went earlier because we're actually working with the same fabricator and the same method as the library and the public square method, because the goal for this project really is to be able to retain these vinyl printings of the pieces. The Weber building will be going under construction as they continue to renovate the space. And the timeline for that is unknown, but we wanted to activate the space as soon as possible. And being able to bring down those pieces will give us the option to reinstall them either in the new building after renovations or around the space. So this method of having the aluminum tension frame is minimally invasive on the building as it is now, and then it's pretty easy to bring those down and reinstall. And then the signage, which you can see here, will be the same method that's used for the previous public art that we've done and also Metro West Community Development has done along 25th. So it's nice that that ties in kind of this informational panel, which will feature the artists' names, give some context for the project, and list our partners involved. And if we go to the next slide. So like I mentioned, with this being a Creative Fusion project, we are with the business being the Northeast Ohio Hispanic Center for Economic Development. They've been very helpful in this process as well. So that is all I have, and I welcome any comments or feedback.
Commission members?
I move approval, Downing.
I'll second, Paul.
Motion second. Call the roll, please.
Bowen,
Yes.
Downing,
Yes.
Fluker.
Yes.
I see that Commissioner Curry is recusing herself. Paul,
Yes.
Slight,
Yes.
Motion carries. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
The next one is Graffiti Heart Euclid Green Mural Phase 2. This is at 16700 Euclid Avenue.
Yes, thank you. This project is phase 2. Phase 1 was approved by you all back in and installed back in August of 2020. This is in Ward 10 in the Euclid Green neighborhood, another area that does not have very much with regard to public art. They are looking at a June installation. It engages a multicultural local artists for this project. They've had a lot of positive response from the community to phase 1, which was done on the right side of the wall. And I'm going to turn it over to Charlie Townsend to go through the presentation. And I'm in support of this, obviously, because it's finishing what they started. Thank you.
Hi, all. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm Charlie Townsend. I am the Community Business and Engagement Manager for Famicos Foundation. We have commissioned this project in conjunction with Greater Collinwood Development Corporation. The Community Engagement Director from that corporation, Christian Hunter, is also on the call, should you have any questions. This is, as Tara said, the second phase of what we call the Euclid Green Mural Project. It is it's a collaboration with Famicos Foundation, Councilman Hashing, Graffiti Heart, and some funders to just bring to bring some art to the area. There has not been much public art along this corridor in South Collinwood. And we really feel that it's going to be a beautification effort that is starting out in the community. Real quickly, I will go over the fact that we have done quite a bit of feedback stemming from 2019 all the way up until now with the community. We have gone to several different businesses in the communities, spoken to 2 different ward club meetings, as well as the Euclid Park Civic Club, and Euclid Park Elementary. They have all given us input on what they would like to see in this mural on phase 1 and phase 2. Next slide, please. So yeah, this is one of the sessions that we had with Euclid Park School. What you will see here is the main artist, Bob Peck, who is there. He serves as the main artist. In addition to Bob Peck, we will have artists of color Mickey Garcia, Osmond Muhammad, and Chris Rodriguez. And there is hope that more artists will participate in this mural, but we are not sure about that. However, this is a listening session that we did with kids from Euclid Park, and they just talked about things that were important to them in Collinwood, the school itself, some of the playgrounds that are around the area, things like that. So we have tried to incorporate that into both sides of the mural. Next slide. These are just a couple of the project specifics. What we're doing now is the left portion of that wall. But we have finished the right portion, and you'll see what came out of that in just a moment. But we have already finished the right portion of that wall, and now we're going along the left portion. It is about 130 feet long in total, and the paint that will be applied is aerosol and exterior latex. And of course, the installation dates are from the weekend of June 12th. Also of note is that no one will be using any lifts because the wall is actually not that tall. There will be ladders. I think the tallest it goes to, I think, is 13 feet. So it won't be, I think it's going to be pretty safe. Next slide. Sorry if I'm going fast. I am also up against a meeting. These are some of our partners, obviously, Famicos Foundation, Greater Collinwood Development Corporation in Ward 10. Councilman Anthony Hairston. We also wanted to note that this is funded by a grant from Neighborhood Connections, and the curator, Graffiti Heart, has thrown in funds themselves. Next slide, please. All right, this is the view of the wall along Euclid. So if you could see, if you see where it says Euclid Green mural, that is the right portion of the wall that is already completed. What is circled is the left portion, and that's what we're going to be completing soon. And you can't really see it from this standpoint, but there is hardly any art at all in this area of the ward. Next slide. So this is what it currently looks like now, the left portion of that wall. I will note that a community member did this art some years ago, about 25 years ago. A son of the community member, excuse me, and has given permission to do, has given his, his blessing to redo art on this wall. There is quite a bit of graffiti that have been from various people in the neighborhood that, or that come through the neighborhood as well. So we will be going over that. We also will be doing some tuck pointing on the wall, just to make sure that we, on those pilasters, just to make sure that we clean up those pilasters and any of the significantly damaged spots. But it is important to note that this entire mural is going to go over those pilasters as well to keep to create a consistent view. Next slide. So this is what phase 2 of the wall will look like. One of the things that we really wanted to embrace in Collinwood was that this is a mixed community and that it is welcoming to every single person. What you will see is a mixed ethnic group of kids walking. In the background is Euclid Park Elementary. And then you'll see that is the Collinwood Water Tower, which is pretty famous to the neighborhood. I think you guys are aware of that. And then there is an overlay of just some of the background. And there also is a street sign. There's a post that has many of the street signs that are significant to the neighborhood. Also of note is the railroad station in Collinwood. You can see in the back a cooling station that is pretty famous to the area. It no longer exists. However, people have fond memories of it, and they have fond memories of how the trains and the railroads and the carriers brought a lot of development to the area. So we made sure that we kept in ties with that. Next slide, please. And I just wanted to note that this is what the current completion of the first phase looks like. And this was approved recently by you guys. So I wanted you to all see what you approved. And I wanted to note that everyone seems to be pretty happy with this. We get comments every single time we are out and about from members of the neighborhood, from that are, kids, all the way to 80-year-olds that live in the neighborhood that say that they're so glad they can walk by this and see this, because it does bring up warm memories of the history of Collinwood. And they really like the beautification efforts that both development corporations are putting into place. Next slide. Oh, and that concludes our presentation. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Commission members?
I move approval, Downing.
Second, Slight.
Motion and second, further discussion? Call the roll, please, Michael.
Bowen,
Yes.
Downing.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Diane, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Fluker,
Yes.
Oh,
Curry,
I'm going to abstain just because Neighborhood Connections is a subsidiary of the foundation and we provide some funding. So just out of caution, I'll abstain.
I see that Commissioner Paul has recused herself. Slight,
Yes.
Motion carries. Charlie, you'll make it to your meeting now.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you all, and y'all have a great day.
Thanks, you too. Have a great weekend.
You as well. Bye.
Thank you. Next is new townhouse development in a two-family district. This is for permanent parcel number 002, 15, 107, and 108. It's located at West 58th Street between Clinton and Franklin Boulevards. Who's here to speak to this one?
Denver Brooker with Vocon and Crystal Knappich also from Vocon.
Go ahead, Denver.
All right, good morning. Happy to present this project for you. What I'd like to do is flip. It's going to be easier for you guys to understand this project if we flip to page 33 first. I was reevaluating the proposal, and I think setting the context is better. And as we get to page 33,
how many pages do you have?
A lot, but we're going to move fast.
Okay.
We've been working with this development client, LEW Group, since last fall, and we initially introduced the project with a site visit for the local West Clinton and Franklin Historic Design Review Committee and Landmarks Commission. It is in a landmark neighborhood. There is an existing warehouse on the site that needs to be demolished in order to make way for this 6-unit, what we're calling a boutique townhouse development. It is an existing 2-family district, so we're here today asking for rezoning approval to an RA2 for one of the units and RA3 for the other 5 units as part of our overall design review process. At this point, we've been in front of the local design review committee twice, Landmarks Commission once, all for conceptual design presentations. So we've been gathering commentary from all the relevant groups, working closely with the planning department in terms of how the townhouse zoning works. Council member Jenny Spencer also helped our team convene a local neighbors meeting where we also gathered those comments. Our intent here today is to hopefully obtain your approval for the rezoning. And then our next step will be in combination with some budgeting that is going on in terms of the projects, account for budgeting concerns, and all of the comments we've been gathering along the way to make final design submission here within the next month or so. So that's a way of introduction. Here we are at the site in blue, Franklin to the south, Detroit to the north, West 58th to the west, West 57th to the east. Currently, there is a partial public access way off of 58th, this narrow alley that dead ends, and then it becomes a private alley that actually egresses on 57th. In context, you can see the nature of the community from some townhouses on Franklin that you can see the backs of from this development site. Bottom right is the 1460 West 57th Street that is just to the north of the alley from 57th to 58th. Next. This shows an image of the existing warehouse. As we looked at this, there were some historic images brought forth by Landmarks Commission. Peaked roof on this structure is new, not original. It's originally a flat roofed building. It's been used from everything from a pickling building to storage to small machine shop. It's had quite the life. It currently is in fair state of disrepair. And then the bottom right image is the existing alley looking east, and you see the warehouse just to the left in that image. Next. Interior, you see it's not in great shape. Our development client did look extensively this building in terms of how to do an adaptive reuse project for it. Was unable to make that work given the state of the building, and we made the decision that we redevelop the site. He is has a someone that will take the roof trusses, albeit they're not original to the building, and those are going to be repurposed. And through the course of conversation with the local design review committee and Landmarks, there's been some discussion about maybe finding a way to reutilize some stone detailing on the brick portions of the building. Long time ago, this is a building that actually occupied a part of the site on West 58th Street with the alley there to the right, and you can see just beyond the flat roofed version of that warehouse building that still exists. Next. This is currently how it is parceled. This was reparceled by our client. It was originally 1460 West 57th, and the area of the warehouse was a single parcel. Our client had originally thought about building a relatively small apartment building on the site of the warehouse, and then had the site parceled to allow for that to happen. Our new proposal will reparcel this for 6 single-family townhomes. Next. And then here, we want to set the stage for you before we get into the design details of the proposal. Crystal is going to walk some context. We wanted to make sure that this did fit into the neighborhood. And while through the course of presenting this to the various groups, we've had a range of comments from "I love it," "It's great," "Don't change a thing," to some concerns relative to density and height and what have you. So what we've done is took a look at the neighborhood, broad spectrum, just to see if there's context for this nature of development. Crystal's going to walk you quickly through this, just stage for us to walk through.
Sure. Thank you, Denver. So quickly, we looked at streets that were pretty adjacent to our property so that we could understand what is the immediate context and does our project fit within the neighborhood. So we were looking for these projects. This one's on West 57th Street. It's a one parcel that was split into 2 with 2 separate addresses. Next slide. Same situation across the street on West 57th Street. This parcel is actually just south of our site. You see in the left-hand image in the upper right-hand corner, that is the warehouse that will be demolished on our site. Next slide. West 54th Street, which is a couple blocks down. Here we're also looking at positioning of the buildings and adjacencies. So 1456 is within feet from 1458. So that level of density is pretty evident in these historic homes. Next slide. Same situation. We're also looking at scale of these buildings as well. Notice 1765 in the rear of the site is fairly large. So again, trying to find precedent images of existing buildings that were as large or larger than our proposed townhomes. Next slide. Similar example on West 54th Street. We can keep going. we had a lot of these. And then this is another one looking at scale and size. So this building, which is just on Franklin Boulevard, 3 stories tall, building length is 82 feet, and it's 38 feet wide. And this is specifically looked at because it is a multifamily building with 4 units in one building that was fairly large. So again, looking for precedence. Next slide. And this cluster of homes, which is just around the corner, actually most of these homes are about the size of our townhouse blocks that we have on our parcel. I believe that is the last of the context slides. If you would like to go back to the beginning so we can review the design and Denver can talk about the site in detail.
Right, so flip back to page 2. And so there's a typology there in terms of the nature of the neighborhood and how there can be multiple buildings with singular frontage. So now as we relook at this, introduce you to the site in terms of how it's currently parceled, and then we move to the next slide. And this is what we're proposing. And here you see the 6 blue rectangles representing each of the townhomes. Townhome number 1, front to the left, fronting West 58th Street. And in each case, as we move through this, if you look into the details of it, what we've strived to do is provide setbacks greater than the minimum setbacks even within these townhouse zoning districts. Our intention was to be as considerate of the context as we could, and to make these townhomes just a little more special, that they had a little bit more green space than many of the other developments that we've seen occur recently in Cleveland. So townhouse number 1 is set back, it has a front porch, it's working kind of to the line of the building to the north, 1441 West 58th Street. And then unit 2 carries through with the similar setbacks. It also has a front porch that's facing east. And then there's this pedestrian landscaped greenway between units 2 and 3, leading to the entrances to 3, 4, and 5. Auto court to the east of 3, 4, and 5. And then unit 6, standalone unit at the eastern end of the property. With this development, our proposal is to maintain vehicular access off of West 58th Street, and then provide continued pedestrian access from 58th back to 57th through an easement that was put in place with the previous replatting along the south edge of 1460 West 57th. There's a number of complications here in terms of access and what's public, what's private. Right there about the middle of unit 3 to the south, that's the end of the public alley. So it's an unnamed city right of way. And then from there on, it was always private. So there's a combination of easements that allow vehicular access to the townhomes and access to the neighboring garage just south of the auto court between 3 and 6, as well as to a garage for one of the buildings associated with the West 57th property.
Hey, Denver?
Yeah.
What's the distance from the street to buildings 3, 4, and 5?
From the street to 3, 4, and 5.
You have dimensions on there, I just can't read them.
Well, from the street, I don't actually know that dimension. Those 3, 4, and 5 are 14 feet back from the east property line of the 1441 property. And these units are about 35, 70, 84, 100 feet.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so this is just a little closer up to the same element, just honed in on these 6 units. A couple other little nuances here that you'll see just north of Unit 1. What we've done, back up a little bit, 1441 West 58th is a 2-family building. We want to provide appropriate parking for it. Currently, their parking is on the east side behind the building and off of the public alley. So what we're going to do is reopen and slightly relocate an existing curb cut on 58th and create a single wide driveway that comes in and then flares out onto the townhome property with an easement to allow for 2 off-street parking spaces. And consistent with our design intent and discussions also with the design review committee and landmarks, will be significant landscape there to mitigate any evidence that there's a too wide parking space there, and it will always appear as singular. Next. This shows it as in a rendered view, gives you a sense of character in terms of green space, walkways. You'll note that there's significant setback area at the parking court east, where you see those 3 dark green trees north of Unit 6. We had conversations with all of the immediate neighbors, all of whom rightfully had concerns about what was happening. For most of them right now, the warehouse building is their fence in their side yard. So we're taking, it's literally on the property line. So when we remove it, what comes back? And we've provided green setbacks. We've had conversations with the neighbor at 1437 West 58th about providing a fence and working with them in terms of the nature of that fence that is then, it replaces the masonry wall that currently is the property line. Next. And then from here, Crystal is going to take you through the massing and the exterior design quickly, just so you have a flavor of the project, and feel free to ask any questions along the way.
Sure. This site massing actually is reminiscent of those context studies that we just walked you through earlier, with the proximity of the buildings, massing and clustering of these 3-story buildings pressed together in a relatively small site. Next slide. Just for context, we were looking at, as we were designing this, our directive was to design a contemporary set of townhomes that pulled from patterns and colors and textures that were already in the neighborhood. So as we studied the neighborhood, we saw a 2 to 3 toned color palette per building, porches at primary street frontages, and pitched roofs in repetitive forms. We did see a lot of historic brick structures, as well as some modern interventions on the commercial stretch above, and then transitional neighboring building townhomes, which are just south of our site. Next. This will be our material mood board. As Denver mentioned, we will be working with the client on budget, so some of these materials might change, but this will stay within this vein and in this sort of palette, with buff tan brick tones. To the right, we show accent details, which we will incorporate on our brick fronts. We'll have shingled roofs, board and batten in kind of a dark charcoal color, and some wood toned plank. If it's not wood, it will be toned in that sort of warm yellowish color. Next slide. For context, we don't have to go through these in detail, but these are the unit plans. Maybe we can scan through them. They are 3 stories, office on the ground level with a 2-car garage. Main living space is on the 2nd floor with bedrooms on the 3rd floor, and a penthouse stair up to a roof deck. Our first rendering shows the view off of West 58th Street. This view is facing west of the site, and we tried our best to align the porch of our building with the existing porch of the house to the left, and that is actually a property that is also owned by our client. Notice on this street face, we stepped our building on the left-hand side to sort of step down to match the scale of the adjacent house, and then jumps up to 3 stories where you can see the bedroom windows above, and then a slice of brick to the left, showing our brick detail pattern on the front facade. We will be removing some trees, but we will be keeping some of the larger trees that are actually in the tree lawn along the street. And then you'll notice off to the left of our site, we will be planting a landscape buffer to sort of hide or screen the parking that we are providing for the adjacent house to the left. Next slide. This is a view looking south from the street. Unit 1 to the left, unit 2 to the right, and then you can see in the far right-hand side, that's 3 through 5 and 6 deeper into the site. Again, you can see kind of the scale of the adjacent trees and buildings and how they sort of hide the buildings deep within the site. Next slide. This shows the front elevations of units 3 through 5. These are the ones that kind of have that nice landscaped pedestrian corridor that the residents can use to access their front doors. And here's where we incorporated the repetitive sloped roof pattern. Next slide. South face of unit 3. And then off to the right, you can see a glimpse of unit 6. Next slide. This shows a view of our carport area. Again, we'll be using board and batten and some vertical siding to complement the brick on the front. Still keeping in the vein of contemporary architecture, but also kind of scaling it back since this is not viewed from the street. Next slide. This is the north face of building 5. This is actually a view that only the neighbors will see. So in the front, you can see the fence that we might work with a neighbor to install to provide privacy for their yards. Next slide. And this is the front of unit 6. Again, not really visible from the street, but still wanted to give it sort of a front door presence. And it's the only unit that has a garage on the same face as their front door. Next slide. The rear of unit 6, which is actually a view from the neighbor's yard to the east. Next slide. And this is just a view with the buildings in context of the whole neighborhood. You can scan through the next few images. I believe they're all contextual images, plopping the building into the site. Again, you can see how trees are screening the upper floors of our townhomes. And I don't believe we need to review these elevations since you pretty much saw them. These are kind of in here for technical context if you need to reference them.
I think the only other comment, working with planning department, we have developed this as fully zoning compliant within the RA2 and RA3 zoning classifications.
So Denver, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. I saw Adam talking about planner. Adam, is this your area? Adam?
It is. It is. I think there's some knowing this is a Landmarks Commission case. I would defer to my colleagues Carl and Don, but I do know that there is also some neighbors on the call that would like to have the opportunity to speak.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Pettit does have his hand raised, as well as a Brendan Heil or Heel.
Okay, so Don, why don't you go first?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted the commission to be aware that this has only been reviewed conceptually by the Design Review Committee and the Landmarks Commission. That happened back in January. I think it's safe to say that we support the demolition of that warehouse. We support the overall site planning. I think we do have some issues with massing and scale and context, especially the unit that fronts on West 58th Street. But I just think, and we have no objection to the zoning, but it should be with the understanding that this still has to go through final design approval from the commission. Thank you.
Yeah, it does, Don, by the way. So even if this would pass, they still have to go through Landmarks. Okay, who is next, did you say?
Brendan?
Brendan, go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you. My name is Brendan Heil. I am a resident at 1460 West 58th Street and also a municipal law director and land use lawyer in my day job. And I just wanted to register that the neighbors, myself included, strenuously object to this proposal. First, we have concerns with the amount of units that are being shoved into this, what is a very small area. There are also, I believe we did have a meeting with the developer, and the adjacent neighbors, myself included, raised concerns about the rooftop decks and the ability to look into people's backyards. So there are concerns with the project. There are also concerns with the demolition, whether the developer is capable of safely removing the warehouse, which I know is not strictly speaking a rezoning based objection, but I did want to mention that. And we also have serious concerns with the viability of the project as a whole, especially considering the developer's current criminal proceedings that are pending against him. And so we just wanted to, I believe there were some letters sent in as well, but I just wanted to come on here and register that as I live on 58th directly across from this project, and I think we have some very, very serious concerns that it doesn't fit the character of the neighborhood. It's not an appropriate rezoning for a project of this size and with the viability of the project as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan. Anyone else?
We have Christina Hummel.
Hi, yes, I just want to echo exactly what Brendan said. I am the neighbor 1437 directly to the north of the project. My property line is the one divided by the warehouse. And I think, you know, the concerns that I don't believe have been addressed about the privacy, about the scale, again, about the demolition. And I think we would be remiss to not point out that the developer has ties to the city. He is under very serious criminal charges that I think put, you know, the viability and the security of the project at risk as well. So those are things that I would like to comment on, because I think it's a very scary proposition to delve into all this with such uncertainty.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Anyone else have their...
Yes, we have Rose Donahue, we have Patty Shar, and we have Elizabeth Emery in that order.
Well, let's call them one at a time. So let's go with Rose first.
Morning. My name is Rose Donahue, and I'm the neighbor at 1450 and 1454. Those are both my properties. And I am also in objection to this. And quite frankly, I believe this presentation was given in a manner that seemed like they were working with neighbors and responding to our feedback. Since the February meeting, I have had 0 email response from the developer about very practical questions about our shared property line, trees that are there, the fencing that will be needed, as well as a significant grade difference. At 6 is 3 feet from my fence. So these units basically hover over my backyard. And while we have received feedback that they would take these things into consideration, there's been no engagement with neighbors since then.
Thank you. Who's next?
We have Patty.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Patty Shar. I live at 5718 Franklin. So this project is directly in my backyard. I'm staring at the warehouse as we speak. I echo everything that has been said so far. I have concerns about the density, particularly what Rose just brought up, it being so close to the rest of our properties. I am concerned about the viability, the way that others have said, given the developer's current situation. And I am frustrated with the lack of transparency that has happened in this process. So while I don't object to the warehouse disappearing and other things being built back there, I feel like there has not been a transparent process and am not in favor of the current proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Emery.
Yeah, I want to echo everything that everybody else has said, but I want to say out loud that Mr. Alex Lackey has been indicted on 5 counts of rape, 3 counts of sexual battery, and 1 count of domestic violence. And I don't think that we can support that either financially or as just offering our support to him in this project. Thank you.
That's all I have.
Okay, so Adam, did you want to speak at all?
I would just like to state for the record that I did receive some letters from a couple of the people who had spoken today, Elizabeth and Brendan and Rose. And then I also received a letter from people who haven't spoken, Michael Graham, Virginia Houston, and I don't think Councilwoman Spencer's on the line either, but there is a letter from her.
And the letters are opposed to it?
These are all in opposition, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have a letter from the councilwoman that I can actually share or provide you with her posture regarding the matter.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, so this letter is from Councilwoman Spencer that basically outlines that late May 19, 2021, her office and staff made me aware that the above captioned matter would be on the Cleveland City Planning Commission agenda for Friday, May 21st, 2021. A number of constituents in the immediate area have interest in this proposed project. To that end, I forwarded the CPC agenda and provided them with information about how to comment and or request time to participate in the WebEx meeting. Because CPC agendas are released 2 to 3 business days in advance of the CPC meeting, this is often insufficient time for residents to receive notice or participate with comment. Furthermore, I do not agree with the CPC's current practice of providing no formal notification to immediately affected residents for projects utilizing the townhouse overlay. So I need the clarity on what the townhouse overlay is. I believe that residents deserve notification and the opportunity to comment, which we obviously provide. And I will implore the CPC to change this practice in regards to townhome overlay projects notification in the future. And then lastly, she indicates a number of Ward 15 community members have concerns about the townhome development proceeding at this time. She also references by name Mr. Lackey. We did talk with our law division. His particular case and the scenario that he's dealing with is obviously from a legal standpoint separate from this matter. However, the concerns by the residents are concerns of the residents and obviously matter to the community. However, our determination can't rest with his legal proceedings, whatever they may be. So that's pretty much the letter that is provided by the councilwoman. And I do want to indicate with respect to today's discussion to determine the appropriateness of the townhouse in this particular district is the matter that the commission has to determine. Thank you.
Thank you. Maurice, is there anyone else that wanted to speak?
I have no more hands raised and nobody else has said anything in the chat.
Okay, great. So commission members, questions, comments?
This is Lillian. I'll make a motion to table.
Okay, we have a motion to table.
Second, this is Downey.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion. Denver, as you probably know, the commission is not against townhouses at all. As a matter of fact, we welcome them. But it seems like there's been a dearth of public involvement. The councilwoman still has a great deal of questions. And, so obviously there seems to be a lot more work. And by the tabling of this, we're not saying no, we're just saying there's more work needs to be done. So I'll call the question. Call the roll, please.
Could we have just, Mr. Chair, you didn't ask for discussion.
Yeah, go ahead.
Unless I'm if I'm premature.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I would like to commend the team. This was a very thorough presentation. They actually helped identify what they did and why, and where they were able to justify what they were doing. I hope that all the other applicants, when we're seeing something like this, is as thorough and thoughtful. Thank you.
Thank you,
Bob. So call the roll, please.
Bowen,
Yes.
Downing,
Yes.
Fluker,
Yes.
Curry,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Slight.
Yes. And I do want to point out there is a comment in the chat asking just procedurally what tabling is. So it could that just be explained to the to the participants. I think the members understand.
Do it, or do you want me to do it?
Go ahead. You're Mr. Chair.
Freddie, do you want to do it, or do you want me to do it?
That's fine. Just basically when an item is tabled, that means that a definitive decision is not being made and the project will be heard or moved to a future date. Sometimes it's a date certain where the Planning Commission requires more investigation to occur, and then they would come back and then make a determination on a specific date. So in this case, tabling is not making a determination at this time due to the need for more information or more due diligence needing to be done. So that's the best way I can explain it.
That is correct, and it's not to a date certain, so it's not. They would have to get back with staff that they've, had a number of reach outs to the neighborhoods and the councilwoman. So it won't come back until that type of activity happens. So all the neighbors that are listening.
I'd like to add one more comment. This is Lily, and I completely agree with Councilwoman Spencer about the provision of the Townhouse Code, which does not have public notice. I do think that is a provision of the code that we should change as soon as possible. If you really think about the impact of a project of this scale and the proximity, we have public notice for zoning changes that are much more minor than this. So to not have public notice for the Townhouse Code, I think, is one of the things that should be changed as soon as possible.
And I have a question with respect to that. How many days in advance would you determine that this public notice should be provided?
It should be the same as the zoning, as the BOZA. It should be the exact same. I think it should
2
be.
weeks then.
It should follow the same process as BOZA does as they provide notice, because the impact is as great, if not more, to adjacent neighbors. So I would follow BOZA.
Now, keep in mind, with respect respect to process, the submissions for a planning commission case is required to be typically 10 days in advance of the meeting. And with respect to the zoning notification, we would have to make sure that that's aligned. So I just want to just be clear with commission members of when we make a determination, due to process steps, there is a ripple effect. So we need to make sure that those things are practical and are in alignment. But it's definitely something that we will pursue and investigate to see if we can move on.
And Freddie, maybe at the next meeting or when staff gets to it, maybe you guys can, talk about that recommendation and remind everyone about the other recommendations we had.
Yep, we got it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to lot consolidation lot splits. This first one is for permanent parcel number 00701-071. This is at 4210 Orchard Avenue. Who's here for this one?
I am Jeff Snacky, property owner.
Hey, Jeff. Good morning.
Morning. I presented to you guys, I think, in March and April.
Yeah, so let me do this.
This
This was put on the table, so we're going to have to remove it from the table to hear it. So can I get a motion to remove from the table?
So moved.
I'll second Downing.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Bowen,
Yes.
Downing,
Yes.
Fluker. August, are you there?
Yes.
Curry. Lillian? I didn't hear her. Paul?
Yes.
Slight.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Jeff.
Do you want me to go through the presentation again? I mean,
No, just remind everyone the different things you've done to date, and then maybe Freddie, were you involved with the conversations between building and housing and BZA on this?
Mr. Chairman, this is Liz Kukla, Secretary of the Board of Zoning Appeals. I'm present.
Oh, okay, Liz, you're on. Good. So let's let him just remind everyone what he's trying to do, the lots he's trying to split, and I think everyone's going to remember it right away. And then Liz, since you've been in those meetings, why don't you talk about what the meetings were like and why? Okay, so go ahead, Jeff.
hi. Okay. So, I'm the owner of this parcel, this house and the church. I'm basically trying to split the parcel so that I could keep my house, but sell off this church that was structurally damaged when they built the school across the street there on Orchard. And the congregation had to move out at that point. So it's been vacant for quite a while. And I'm trying to get, a developer to either do what they can with the property before it gets to a point where it becomes dangerous. So if you can, I don't know if you can show me a picture of, change slides. Okay, so this one right here, it's showing the proposed split where my house, I think if you go to the next slide, maybe. Yeah, there we go, where I circled it there. That's to the left there is where my house is, and to the right is the church property. I'm just trying to split it right down the line there in between. Next slide. These are just aerial views. You can kind of go through these. Looking for one that shows the current subdivided lot. Keep going there. Ooh, I think there's another one. Yeah, these are all just aerials of the property again. But
So
there is a slide somewhere there where it shows that the subdivided lot currently goes right through the middle of the church. Not sure where it is now, but I'm just trying to do a lot split on this property still.
Yeah, and I think everyone will remember this one because there was discussion about the church becoming non-conforming if someone went to occupy it again because of fire code. And there's been a number of conversations between Liz and Tom about this. So Liz, why don't you talk about the conversations? Because at the end of the day, if there's a lot split, obviously he'll know that there's a problem with the church, whoever he sells it to, and that'd be on the disclosure form. But it would be the obligation of the purchaser to meet current building code before they could occupy it. So what we're reviewing is for the lot split. But Liz, why don't you talk about the conversations?
Sure. First, I would like to give you the history on it regarding my end here at the Board of Zoning Appeals. I received an application for a variance, and I received the notice of nonconformance, which I believe was at the beginning of this PowerPoint. The notice of nonconformance didn't have a B number, which is usually the case when we receive a notice of nonconformance for variance. So that this was strange, and this was what started the conversations. The only item that was shown on that notice of nonconformance was that code section 309.26, and that is from the subdivision code. And I'll quote that. It says, in the case of an application to subdivide and or consolidate land so as to create a lot or lots which do not meet the minimum lot area or lot width requirement as established by the zoning code, the City Planning Commission may approve such an application if it determines that the resulting lots will be similar in area and width to the lots which are common in the immediate vicinity. So that's what started the conversation with building and housing. And what we've discovered from this is that we do need a policy in place for these unique situations where there are two different uses on one lot and we're dividing them. But as you know, most of the time these come up because there is a house and the applicant is trying to rehab the house and he can't get a loan because there are two buildings on the lot. So, you know, as you know, that's generally the concern. But also looking at this, the side yards are not uncommon for Ohio City. So again, it goes back to City Planning Commission approving this instead of Board of Zoning Appeals. I don't want to get into the weeds too much. Like I said, this is starting that conversation. We do need a policy on this, but the applicant has been sitting for a while. He deserves due process. If you make the decision today, he can appeal that decision to my board. But of course, as you know, the board is limited in these appeals in that they can only review whether or not City Planning Commission was arbitrary or capricious in their decision. So back to the specific case conditions, I did take a quick snapshot in regards to the lot size and the commonality of the similar lots in the area. I did find that there were 27 substandard lots in the area, very similar to this and even smaller, the smallest being 1,000 feet and upwards. So that would be my argument, that this would be in the purview of the Planning Commission as opposed to the zoning department or the BZA board. And again, we are looking at the policy or the procedure, and we think that there is some change that can be made here. But in this case, I believe that this is something that the Planning Commission should make a decision on as opposed to the Board of Zoning Appeals. And I'll give it back to you. I'm not sure if I answered all your questions, Mr. Chairman Bowen.
Oh, you did. And we've had this conversation as early as yesterday. So right. I feel pretty comfortable with it. So Planning Commission members, this is obviously one we've seen a couple of times. The applicant would like to move forward. There is conversations as far as the process goes, because obviously to occupy the church, depending on what they're trying to do with the occupancy of the church, if it's going to be residential or if it's going to be something different, including a church again, they would need to meet current building codes. So that's not in our preview right now. That would be in building and housing. So what's your pleasure, or do you have any questions?
As I recall, our conversations during lot split, any lot split, regardless of structures or not, more importantly, when structures are involved, we're creating a separation, a fire separation distance that's going to put potentially an encumbrance on one or both of these structures. And I thought the applicant in the building department was supposed, in the fire department, was supposed to vet that before we were to hear this again. So I asked the applicant if that is, have you done your due diligence?
I'm sorry.
So,
yeah.
Is Tom Vanover on the line? Because he did look at this.
He's not.
Tom, are you there?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I did get an email from Commissioner Vanover stating that he was okay with this moving forward to a decision by the Planning Commission as long as Mr. Snacky acknowledges that he understands that there's going to be some constraints on these sites based on the lot split.
And Mr. Chairman, this is Liz Kukla again. The result of that conversation, I think, with Mr. Snacky and the, I don't know if I'm saying his name right, I'm sorry, and the Building and Housing Department, specifically Mr. Vanover, was that they created this notice of nonconformance, which doesn't address the building code issues that you're speaking of. The attempt was to get the Board of Zoning Appeals to review the zoning issues. And as I stated, the zoning issues are minor here. We see the side yards and the rear yards being created all the time in Ohio City. So this isn't something that's unusual. And the building code issues are already present. The buildings are already there on the lot. And the review can happen down the road when the applicant or the new owner of the church, whatever happens in this case, goes to get a permit for a certificate of occupancy. That will trigger the building and housing review. So at that point, they would discuss the fire code issues.
I respectfully disagree, Ms. Kukla, because if he's trying to sell this property to a developer and there's an encumbrance that may require them to change or modify this church, that could be an issue. And I guarantee you it's not that difficult. And again, I threatened last time to have my staff bring the code book, and I could probably unpack this in this meeting, but that's not my job. I respectfully ask that someone let us know what we're approving so we understand the ramification and the applicant does. That's all I'm asking. If that's not how we do business anymore, then that's a shame, because that's how it used to be handled. Thank you.
Yeah, August, if he sells this to a developer, he actually has to put in his disclosure form, because he knows now that there could be issues with the back wall, the contiguous wall to his property. So that would be in the disclosure form, and it would be part of their obligation through due diligence to figure out what they were going to do.
So let me ask you a question.
There is no one moving in, and we don't even know what the use is.
We honestly need to come up with a policy here. All right?
That's right.
Because I think it's just like, going back to the whole conversation about townhouse code and notification. There's no clear way we handle these types of issues. And that's why these damn conversations take so long to unfold and develop. So that's how I feel. My fellow commission, let me finish. My fellow commission members might think differently. So I'm going to shut the heck up and let others.
Yeah, and that's why Liz said what she said at the end, that they do need to come up with a procedure. Other commission members? Well, we got to do something here. You guys say yes, no, or wait.
I'm gonna move to table this again.
But what are we tabling it for? What are we going to find out? Because I'd like to give staff direction, because this guy keeps on coming back and that's not fair to him either.
Well, I think I'm tabling it so that we can get more clarity on the policies.
Okay, so, okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second, Curry.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion in 2 seconds. So Liz, can you get back with Tom Vanover? So,
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I would just state that as Michael Bozek stated, Mr. Vanover stated that he had no problem with this one going forward. We don't have a policy in place at this time, and that currently the policy is what is in the subdivision code that states that the Planning Commission has the authority to review and approve these lots splits that create lots or lots which do not meet the minimum lot area. In those cases where there are common sized lots in the area. So there was a map that was submitted as well. And of course, that's up to the Planning Commission to determine if those lots are common in the area. But you know, the only policy that we have right now is that code section 309.26. And I think it would be unfair for the applicant to sit and wait for us to create this policy that may take a while.
Mr. Chair, we're going to we could set a precedent here, because there's been other lot splits where the applicant has gone back and we've asked them to, we directed them to come back to make sure they were addressing encumbrances. So, you know, that's all I'm pointing out. We have to be consistent.
okay, so, hey, Freddie, who's the planner for this area?
Matthew Moss.
Okay, so is Matt on the phone? I guess not. So let's do this, Freddie. Let's have Matt go to building and housing, find out what the exact encumbrance, and August, I want you to tell me if this is good enough for you. Find out what the encumbrances would be for allowable uses in this building, and what those encumbrances would be for the adjacent building if he sold it to a developer. And once we know that, August, would that be enough for you to move on this?
Yes, I mean, so that we're telling this applicant, here it is, it's on record, and if he has to disclose this information, or you might find out that, hey, you know, if there's a fire, you know, you know, he needs to know how to protect his interests. That's all. This is a life safety issue. It's not, that's all we're talking about. We're just talking about assurances. That's what we always ask for. Okay?
I heard exactly what you said, August. And so I just want to make sure when we bring Jeff back the next time, we can do something, yes or no, because
we asked him to do that. I don't know why it didn't happen. That's all.
Well, I guess there's a number of conversations that's happened. So, so Freddie, can you have Matt do that so Matt can report back exactly what those encumbrances are?
Mr. Bowen, we have Councilman Slife too.
Oh, Councilman, go ahead.
I might have a different opinion on this one than my colleagues, but I guess in my not an architect standpoint, that right now the buildings are next to each other, and you know, that creating an unsafe environment because there is no fire code. And to me, I think that by doing this lot split, ultimately we're compelling a safer situation to unfold. And I guess I would be of the opinion that rather than tabling it, passing with the stipulations that have been outlined would be a quicker path to the top of the mountain. So I just wanted to share that may differ than others. So
yeah, and I personally, I don't disagree with you, but if we don't have the votes, I would rather get something done in 2 weeks than not at all. And it sounds like we have a motion in 2 seconds. So it sounds like it's going south. And so Freddie, can we do this for the next meeting? so we can move Jeff
Yeah.
forward.
Yes, and for the record, I may say when this conversation first materialized in the last meeting, there were immediate conversations that were had. And
I
some
know.
of the conclusions that Ms. Kukla shared today was the result of those dialogues. Now, with respect to moving forward, it's still the broader policy issue that needs to be addressed, even if this is moved forward. And I think that's where the energy needs to be continued to be spent, is the broader policy concern. But with respect to this case, I have a tendency to agree with Mr. Slife. Of course, I don't vote, but that's kind of where I am. But we will definitely do that and get to the
I'm with
policy
you on
details.
that, Freddie. I can only vote, but I can't make a motion or a second. So we have a motion, a second to table. And once we know what the encumbrances are, which would be for the next meeting, then it sounds like the other commission members will be comfortable with moving forward. So Jeff, sorry about this. Come back in 2 weeks, please. And we will have staff be in this meeting so they can present back to the commission members. So call the roll, please.
Bowen,
Yes.
Downing,
Yes.
Fluker,
Yes.
Curry,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Slife.
No.
Motion carries. See you in 2 weeks. Okay, the next one is for permanent parcel number 002-36070. This is at 1790 West 47th Street. Who's here for this one?
My name is Jim Gideon. I'm with Green Quest Development. And this is a property that we acquired back in December of 2019. It was a single family home with a garage. It was originally 2 parcels. And years ago, they acquired the other parcel when they purchased the house, and they combined the parcel. I believe it was back in around 2010, because they wanted to build the garage on the other parcel. So in order for them to do that, they needed to combine the parcels so that because you can't sell the garage with, on a separate parcel and vice versa. So, so this first picture is just a picture of the empty lot. We had the house torn down. The house that was on there was in very bad disrepair. There was nothing architecturally nice about it. There was a door that was kind of cool. It was a rounded door, and I was able to give that to one of the neighbors who was supposed to utilize it in his house. This is a shot. It's just kind of straight down the alley. You're gonna note the density of the houses around it. Directly across from here in this shot, you'll see an empty lot. That is a vacant parcel that's owned by the property next door. If you go to the next slide. This is kind of an overview of it. So you have a proximity about where is it at. It's West 44th and Franklin is where Franklin Castle is. This is very close to the, very close to Franklin. Right next to us is it's like a townhouse right at the corner of Franklin and West 47. If you go to the next slide, you can see a little bit better what used to be there. So this is where the house was originally. So you can see the current house and you can see the garage is on the other parcel, and it's set back about 25 feet off the lot in the back. We were going to try to keep the garage, but unfortunately when we wanted to put it back to 2 parcels, to put 2 houses on it, the garage it's just too far off. We needed it to be accessible off the alley, not to come into the backyard through the back. So you can see in this picture that there's very good access from the alley. So what we're proposing to do is split the parcel back to 2 lots. The houses would go pretty much in the same spot where the original house was, plus another house next to it. And the garages would be shifted back to within 3 feet of the alley. And they would be rear access garages with a man door that would go into the backyard. So that when you pulled into your garage, you shut the garage door and then walk into your private backyard that would be fenced in. And it also provides like a little courtyard area that would be about 25 feet off, off between the house and the garage. And that's pretty much it. You see the house next to it. They, I believe, acquired another lot, and then they put that garage up, and that was again some years ago. I guess we can flip to the next one. This is just the floor plan, and you can kind of review that at your leisure. We did spend a fair amount of time on that. I'll just go over it real quick. On the first floor, so if you can flip back to the other one. On the first floor, we've got the living area. You walk in the front door, there's a double staircase. A lot of the developers, they just have a straight up staircase. It's very generic, very rectangular, very boxy. You'll see in here we have a covered back porch, which with a patio door that you have an entrance into it connects the living space, outdoor living space with the indoor living space. A lot of developers down there aren't doing that, and it provides, we have like I said, the courtyard area back there, and there's a door that comes off that covered patio that goes into the hallway with a little restroom, and it's got the double staircase that leads off the kitchen area. On the second floor, you'll notice that we do have the master bedroom is in the front because that's where the view is. The view in the back is really not all that great, and that's why we put the covered second porch up there. So this will be a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath with a full basement, and it's like 2,100 square feet and change. We go to the next one. This is the side elevation. You can see the double front porch, and the roof extends out over each one. You'll see the covered patio in the back. Next slide, please. This is the other side elevation. This is the side that would be facing the neighbors. So we tried to keep the windows to a minimum and do the transom windows up top, and we may add a couple more of those. You can go to the next one. This is the front elevation. The houses are 24 foot wide, and I believe they were a total of 56 feet. You can see the back patio with the covered porch. I'm going to go to the next. This is the plot plan. So you can see if you start on the left-hand side, that's how you're facing the property. The houses will pretty much be in the same position where the old house was, just with another one next to it. You see the garages are accessible off the rear alley. And that's pretty much it. We're looking to put the lots back to its original 2 lots so we can build 2 brand new houses on it. So any questions, comments?
Thank you. Commission members, you should have received an email from Faye Harris. She's against this proposal because of the 2 substandard lot sizes. Did everyone receive that?
Yes, and I have a question for staff. What we often say substandard. What is there a common definition for what is substandard, or is it subjective to kind of the surrounding area? I see that this is 30 feet, which, looking at a parcel map, it appears that there's a number of properties that would be well above that, but some that would be kind of in line, and especially in parts of town where there's not a need for driveways because there's rear access with alleys, like we do tend to see more narrow lots. So what makes something substandard?
Commission Member Schleif, I'm going to say this, and I should have a better answer, but I don't. But these are the facts and how we view this. Now, a typical city lot is about 40 by 120. Now, obviously, neighborhoods are different and lot sizes are different. So that is relative when we talk about what's substandard. And I think it in large part depends on the place. But that's the answer to that I have.
Well, and I'm looking at the plan that's up on the screen right now. And so you see the square up there where 61 feet. or no, it's, I mean, it doesn't show, but the lots next door, there's 30, 30, 21, 30, 30, 30. Here's another lot at the top, that's 30. Here's one that's 54, 30. So there's a number of them that are 30 feet.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
if you don't mind, in the code, it states specifically for residential zoning districts that if the lot is less than 40 feet in width and or less than 4,800 square feet in area, it is considered substandard.
Yeah, but
And we have neighborhoods that are actually filled with substandard lots.
well, that's my point. These lots here are also, there's a lot of them that would be classified as substandard. But it's in context of the other lots around it.
Right. Which makes those numbers in the code, I don't want to say the word, but obviously they need to be rethought.
Well, it depends on the neighborhood. Neighborhood I live in, it probably isn't contextual in nature. So I think context and substandard, the
relative
technical term for substandard, it is substandard, according to Michael, and reading it right out of the zoning. But it is contextual.
I'm comfortable moving for approval, and if there's a second, we can discuss that. But to me, this looks like just a replacement, a better version of what's already there in a street where people seem to have taken a lot of side yards. And I think in the central part of the city where there is development demand, it is not unsurprising that there would be a return of side yards to homes.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion second. Further discussion. Call the roll, please.
Bowen,
Yes.
Downing,
Yes.
Fluker,
Yes.
Curry,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Slice.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, mandatory referrals, ordinance number 338-2021. This is authorizing the Director of Public Works to enter into a property adoption agreement with North Park Place Partners LLC, or its designee, to improve and maintain a portion of Ambler Park adjacent to new housing development located at the northwest corner of Stokes Boulevard and Martin Luther King Boulevard. Suzanne, you've
Good
been
morning.
patient. Go
Good-
ahead.
Thank you. Suzanne DeGennaro, Mayor's Office of Capital Projects, Division of Real Estate. So this ordinance would authorize, as you said, Chairman, the Director of Public Works to enter into a property adoption agreement with North Park Place Partners, who is developing 33 townhomes on the site there, shown in orange. And if you go to the next slide, thank you. Near the green arrow, that little pie-shaped piece, that is Ambler Park, and it sort of juts down and is between the development property and Martin Luther King Boulevard. This is actually the former site of the Cleveland Clinic Kaiser Permanente Medical Office Building. And this, you can see a driveway there that was used by the Cleveland Clinic and for ingress to the site. The developer has requested to be able to use the driveway also. There was never an easement put into place, but the developer is proposing to use the driveway and also to improve the area with seating and with a bike repair station for bikers and hikers using the Lake Link Trail, or I'm sorry, it's the Lake to Lakes Trail to the south there. And that would all be done under this property adoption agreement, which is typically what we do when parkland is involved. The developer would be responsible for all the improvements, maintenance of the site until such time that a condo association is developed, at which time, the association would take over maintenance. And in the meantime, the property adoption agreement would be between the city and the developer to ensure maintenance and upkeep. Thank you.
Thanks, Suzanne. Questions, commission members?
I move approval, Downing.
Second.
Curry.
This is awesome.
Okay, so we have a motion second, further discussion.
Yeah, I just want to say this is a great amenity that would be added as a result of this. So this is a good strategic move because of the trail connections and the location of this development.
Thank you, Director. Call the roll, please.
Bowen,
Yes.
Downing,
Yes.
Fluker. Sorry, August?
I think he stepped away, but he'll be back.
Curry,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Slight.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Suzanne.
Thanks.
Everyone take a look at the administrative approvals, please, and I'll take a motion when you're ready.
Mr. Chair, there is a request from council members McCormick and Spencer to hold on the administrative approval of 298. That's the related to Franklin Boulevard, and they are working through the community process right now on that project. So
Okay, so I'm looking for 298.
it's the first one. Yeah.
Okay,
It's on screen right now.
gotcha. So we're looking at just holding on this one.
Correct.
And we have Councilman McCormick actually online right now.
Go ahead, Carrie. You're
Good
on.
morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee on this beautiful Friday in Cleveland, Ohio. I appreciate the opportunity just to say a few words. I thank Councilman Slife for that acknowledgement. Councilperson Spencer and I are working diligently with the mayor's office and the community on the Franklin Avenue capital project. There are serious concerns in the community around the proposed traffic calming measures that are part of that plan and the difference between those in the NOACA TLCI that were produced through our community process. Due to that, we've asked City Council to hold this legislation to provide time for the community process to go through its course, as well as for the feedback of our neighborhood residents to be incorporated into that traffic calming plan. Again, normally a street infrastructure piece through planning would be approved without a blink of an eye, which is I think appropriate. However, in this case, we've committed to our neighborhood residents that we would put a pause on this while their very serious concerns were vetted through the city process. I will say, Mr. Chair, that not only is there an official request on behalf of Ohio City Incorporated and Detroit Shoreway, there's also a request on behalf of some of our schools and the principals along this corridor, as well as our Near West Family Network group, and a whole litany of other stakeholders. So again, we just believe at this point that it's appropriate that we hold this at all levels to ensure that our community has trust that we're taking their feedback seriously on this important project. Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Maybe someone can tell me about this part of it. So these are dollars from ODOT. Is there any chance we would lose the dollars to do these improvements?
No, not that I'm aware of. I know that our division was heavily involved. Our bicycle pedestrian coordinator, Callie Mersman, was involved in a lot of the work with respect to engagement on this particular corridor. Obviously, if there is more concern that's been raised as a result of what's actually going to be implemented, then the ability of the community to be able to have that input should be acknowledged. I do think it is worth finding out if, in fact, there is something that would impact the ability to have the dollars that deal with the timing of things. So I think that's a legitimate question, and I think we should ask that. But with respect to the engagement or the additional engagement needed, that's obviously fine. And if the council so chooses to hold that legislation to do that, that's perfectly within their purview. I do want to say that with respect to administrative approvals, when we get these administrative approvals and feel that there are things that we can sign off on that have been through a process that are like kind of no-brainers, as the councilman alluded to, that's when we typically do this. But again, there are touch points where this can be paused, as the councilman stated, to have those community meetings. But we did see this and felt that it was worth moving on because of our understanding of what the actual process was regarding this. So
Councilman, are you still on the phone? Carrie?
I'm walking down the street, so I apologize.
Oh, okay. So if you're huffing
busy.
and puffing, yeah, if you're huffing and puffing, we won't take offense to that. So I guess my question is, would you rather hold it in council, have us approve it? Because I'm not sure if are the neighbors against the bike facilities, or I'm not sure.
Mr. Chair, let me clarify. So, I mean, well, the purpose of holding it, your average resident, I don't think, for good reason, understands the planning to administrative approval process. So what we just wanted to be clear to our residents, if someone says, oh, geez, it passed the planning commission today, I thought you told us that we're holding it to allow for more community input. That was where the request from Councilperson Spencer and I came from. We are holding this at council. So even if it is approved today, we will continue to hold it. But again, it was more about, showing our commitment to the neighbors that we are taking this seriously. Mr. Chair, the community loves the NOACA plan that was developed in collaboration with city planning and with the city of Cleveland. Unfortunately, there are significant differences between the community plan that was developed and what is being proposed for the actual capital project. And that's where the concerns come from. But for the plan that was put forth in collaboration with planning and NOACA, the neighborhood loves it. We just want to see more of those elements implemented in the actual construction plan.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, just so I want to be clear, because I think the councilman is obviously correct in, the advocacy that he desires to take with this project. But just keep in mind, transactionally, whatever that outcome, being able to accept the gifts and grants and the money is an absolute necessity. We need to be able to take this money and be able to accept the money. So that's why I think it would be advantageous to approve this here and then have the council hold it to ensure that the application of things, obviously includes the community's concerns or whatever the case may be. But the fact is, the resources are absolutely, you want those, councilmen, in place, or you want to make sure that we can accept that money. And that's really what that concern is.
Okay.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I'm sorry, it's garbage day in Ward 3, so it's a little noisy over here. So I do appreciate that. The only concern I would raise with that is, and this would be a question as much as a comment, is are the dollar amounts being requested through this piece of legislation directly tied to the proposed traffic calming in the current plan? Because again, I think there would be an objection that there needs to be additional traffic calming put into the plan. So if that is the case, would that then, and again, I do apologize, if that is the case, would that then, change the dollar amount in the ordinance in front of you today?
It's a legitimate question.
Do you have an answer to that, Freddie?
I do not.
Yeah, that would be interesting to know. Typically, it's a set amount, but then there's times that it's based on total cost. So that would be good to know. Obviously, I can't make a motion or second it, but commission members, you've kind of heard this whole thing. we can hold it. If we do hold it, I don't think we hold it for more than 2 weeks. If we don't hold it, then it goes on to council, and council will hold it. We understand that. So commission members, do you have any questions, or does someone want to make a motion, whatever that may be?
As it's the safest route, given all of these questions, I'd move to motion to approve the administrative approvals, except for 298, holding 298.
Second, Curry.
So we have a motion, a second. Charles, can we make that for a date certain to keep everyone moving?
I'm comfortable with the next meeting.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay, so we have a motion and a second for date certain, which is the next meeting. Further discussion. Carrie, is that good with you?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, roll please.
Bowen,
Yes.
Downing,
Yes.
Blucher,
Yes.
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Slight.
Yes.
Motion carries. All right, let's move on to design reviews. The first one is Northeast Design Review, Greater Cleveland Food Bank Facility, new construction, seeking final approval. We approved this schematically March 5th. This is at 13815 Coit Road. Who's here for this one, please?
Commission, I'm going to recuse myself from this one. This is Lillian.
Okay, Lillian, thank you.
Robert Clem with Robert P. Madison is here.
Okay, Robert, are you the only one speaking to this?
I believe so, unless Dwayne wanted to make any opening remarks.
Okay, so anyone speaking to this, I'm going to swear you in, and when you say I do, please state your name so we know. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer under the penalty of perjury?
I do, Robert Clem.
So I guess you're the only one.
All right. Well,
What's
thank you,
that?
everyone. I'm glad to be here again. A lot of things have been going on. Had a wonderful groundbreaking ceremony. Hopefully some of you have seen it. If we could go to the next slide, please.
It's a little hard to hear you.
All right. Is this any better?
Yep.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you. Next slide, please. Just want to go back in time and get familiar again with our site. Most people remember it as the old Fisher Body site. Coit Road, East 140th, Aspen Wall. We are actually, this site is just a 5 to 7 minute drive from the existing food bank site, which will remain in operation, but be slightly repurposed. Next slide, please. Just a little bit of history so you can see what it used to be, the Coit Road and East 140th identified there. Next slide, please. An aerial, so once again, just orienting ourselves, Aspen Wall at the top, East 140th to the right, Coit Road at the bottom. Job Corps is the lower right-hand corner. Our site is that mostly concrete area in the middle there. Next. Just for a quick orientation, and then we'll do some more surrounding property views, but it's a large warehouse facility. It's 600 feet by 300 feet, maybe 198,000 square feet because we have a 2-story office area. Parking, large vehicles coming to access the site, some landscaping, but just gives you a quick orientation. Coit Road again at the bottom, East 140th on the right. Next slide, please. Another visual, just you can see we have an active train line on one side of our property, kind of that boundary. Next slide, please. Just another aerial, more close up of the train line. Next slide, please. Now getting down at ground level, this is coming off, this will be the majority of our people coming from East 140th down Coit Road to our site. This is car traffic, this is small vans, pickup trucks, small box trucks. This is primarily where they go. This is not the semi-traffic. This is just the smaller vehicles. Next slide, please. This is the existing curb cut that exists today. The trees that you see are actually more or less going to stay. They need some definite pruning. Knight and Stoller is our landscape architect, so they've been out there and verified what we can save, and very diligently we're going to do that. Next slide, please. This is at the other end of the property, East 137th Street on the left, and Aspenwall is on the right. Aspenwall dead ends. It continues to what's called Collinwood Bioenergy. They take wasted food or food waste and convert it into energy. It's a very interesting process. They're going to partner with the Cleveland Food Bank on kitchen food waste because the project has a kitchen in it. East 137th will be our entrance for our larger vehicle traffic. So they will come off East 140th, down Aspenwall, and then down East 137th. Next slide, please. Like I said, I'm working with Knight and Stoller for our landscaping. We have a nice. One of the driving principles of the food bank is warm, inviting. They rely so much on their volunteers that they want to make this a pleasant place to come to. So landscaping the front is very important. We also wanted to give a buffer to the residences to our east at the bottom of this site. So we have a landscape buffer also that Knight and Stoller has designed for us. We are doing some detention above ground at this site. Next slide, please. So those dark green circles would be their dark green areas would be our detention. They might have hold water for 24 hours, but then they'll go back to being grass. So just wanted to let everybody know that that is our intent. Next slide, please. You've seen these before. We have a variety of trees we're going to use along the main entrance drive in the south parking lot. That's our front entrance door. So try not to do just one family, but give a blend of trees, a welcoming environment. Next slide, please. For the buffer, we've got similar family, but we introduced some spruce trees because we do want to have that year-round buffer between the homes and our property. Next slide. And then the fun things around the building, some of the areas that you'll see in the renderings where we can introduce some, low maintenance, but, herbs or things of that nature that might be interest and play off the food bank. So you'll see those in the renderings as we go. Next slide, please. And her planting plan. Sorry, next slide, please. This is a very economical building. It is the food bank. So it is a concrete panel construction. We're limited to, score lines that we can do in the concrete panels, the color choices. We're sticking with clear anodized aluminum for our storefronts and our windows. And there was an adamant requirement of the food bank that they really wanted this facility to, in some way, be in the same family and talk to the existing food bank. So our color schemes are just two colors, gray and white, similar to what the existing food bank is, and you'll see that in the rendering. Next slide, please. Just the overall plan. 3/4 of this facility is just storage of food, kitchens, docks, things of that nature. A minor area is the office. Next slide, please. We're working on cross sections, building sections, but it's basically a 40-foot tall building. Next slide, please, with 3-foot parapets at the edges. So ability to hide fans, mechanical things of that nature. Next slide, please. These will come off better. Here we go in the renderings. This is the drive up. We're lining the drive with trees. The parking lots will have trees. You'll get a flavor of the building as we go through these slides. Next slide, please. This is coming off Coit Road. A little closer up, really taking attention to details where we have the crosswalks. You can see the score lines that we've introduced. The existing facility is corrugated metal panel in masonry, so it's kind of got a linear feel to it, and that's what we introduced up in the gray band. Kind of more score lines to harken back to the existing food bank. Next slide, please. Prominent entry, you see the landscapings on the side, a lot of grass area. This will be a USGBC LEED Silver. That's what we're going for. Next slide, please. The food bank does a couple different interesting things. They also take donations. So we wanted to make it very clear to, this could be a mom with a child who had some extra food and wanted to do a food donation. So we have a special area on the corner of the building, directing them to where they can come inside, drop off their food, learn a little bit about what the food bank does. It's a really good touch point to kind of educate the community about what the food bank is. Currently, this is done at the rear with all the loading dock doors. So at this new facility, we're pulling it away from that and making it a little more pleasant experience. Next slide, please. Loading dock side, this faces Colorado Bioenergy. The other side is up against the train tracks. Just a little playfulness with the color, bringing the gray down in spots to signify where doors are for main doors. Next slide, please. It is a warehouse facility. We do have dumpsters and whatnot, but we've located those far away from the residential. They're up against this CX rail line and the Cleveland Bioenergy, so not in anyone's backyard. Next slide, please. This is the other interesting thing that the food bank does. They daily partner with agencies, other church groups, other people who come on a daily basis with a van or a box truck or a pickup truck and order a supply of food, and they come to this side of the building to get it. Once again, this traffic will all be separated from the larger truck traffic on the site. Next slide, please. And I think this is our last slide. This is just another rendering of the front corner agency pickup on the left. We did have a little outdoor area where once again we can introduce some landscaping. Friendly area for people just to hang out in our beautiful Cleveland days like today and yesterday. So we are seeking approval. We are moving dirt out on the site, which is wonderful. Good news. And appreciate any comments.
So Robert, you're looking for us to approve the signage too as part of it, correct?
We have not fully developed the signage, so we are happy to come back for signage.
Okay. Commission members?
Mr. Chairman, I move approval, but ask that staff review and sign off on signage.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and second for final approval, and signage would come back to staff. Anyone further questions?
Yeah, I'm still advocating for better crosswalks than just paint.
And I hear you, August. We will work that in. Promise you.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Super. Okay, I'll call the question. Roll, please.
Bowen,
Yes.
Downing,
Yes.
Fluker,
Yes.
Curry, Lillian,
Excuse myself.
Abstain.
I recuse myself.
oh, you recused? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Paul,
Yes.
Slight,
Yes.
Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Next is Southeast Design Review. Adlai Stevens School Digital Sign, seeking final approval. Who's here for this one?
Hi, it's Earl DiMilano from Fast Signs.
Okay, please raise your right hand. I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer under the penalty of perjury?
I do, Earl DiMilano.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, appreciate your time joining by phone here. So proposing a single-sided digital sign at the main entrance of Adlai Stevens School, administered by the principal of the school. He will manage the content, but the main purpose of it is to communicate upcoming events and parent information against at the main entrance for the student drop-off and student pickup lines. Really have nothing more to add on that unless there are questions.
Questions, anyone?
I move approval, Downing.
Second. Slife.
Motion is second. Further discussion? Call the roll, please.
Bowen,
Yes.
Downing,
Yes.
Fluker,
Yes.
Curry,
Yeah.
Paul,
Yes.
Slife.
Yes.
Motion carries. Okay, the next one is East Design Review, mixed-use building renovation seeking conceptual approval. This is at 3733 East 65th Street. Who's here for this? Anyone?
Just a reminder, if you're on a telephone, *6 to unmute.
Anyone here for this one?
Nicole Calhoun has raised her hand.
Nicole, are you going to speak to this one?
I'm just going to state for the record that this is Nicole Calhoun from City Planning Commission. We have worked with Slavic Village and the presenter for over a year to bring it to this point, and I'm a little surprised that they're not here, but then again, I'm not. So just wanted to apologize to the Planning Commission, and whatever you all need to do from here is.
So why don't we hold this one till the very end and we'll ask if they're still around or if they're coming back.
Well,
How's
I don't
that?
believe that they will show up. This is what I'm saying.
I motion
Oh.
to table. Motion to table.
I'll second.
Motion is second to table. Further discussion? Call the roll, please.
Bowen,
Yes.
Downing,
Yes.
Fluker. August,
Yes, I'm sorry. I had.
Curry,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Slife.
Yes.
The motion carries. Euclid Corridor Design Review, Orr Park new construction seeking final approval. This is at 9605 Lamont Avenue. Who's here for this one?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mike McAndrews. I'm with the Mayor's Office of Capital Projects and the Division of Architecture and Site Development. Good morning, committee members.
Good morning. Is anyone else here besides you?
I don't think so.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning. Yeah, are you going to do an oath for this one or swearing?
You've been sworn in.
Okay.
Get your position.
All right, thank you.
You're not permitted to lie.
Okay, appreciate it. Yeah, this is just our summary. If you can move to the next slide, please. And this is our context sheet. This project came about a few years ago when the city of Cleveland and the developer for the Axios at Ansel Apartments had a land exchange where the developer received land at the north of the Citizens Leadership Academy, and the city received the land along Lamont Avenue and East 97th. For a new park, and the city also received some money from the developer to build the new park. So that's where we are today, where we're in the process of, we've got a contractor on board and we're ready to install this new park, which is at the corner of intersection of Lamont and East 97th. So in context, we're north of Chester, on Lamont Avenue at East 97th. There are actually two parks involved in this project. An existing Orr Park, which is at the end of the cul-de-sac on the east end of Lamont Avenue, and then the new park is the West Park. And Citizens Leadership Academy is a school that's in between the two parks. And they lost their play field in the land exchange, but in the process, we're about to develop this new park with a field for them. And we've got context photos on this sheet as well. If we can move to the next slide, please. This is just a survey we included with our submission. This is the the new West Orr Park, and it's about 1 3/4 acres in size. Vacant land. The buildings that were here were some former apartment buildings that have been demolished and removed. So it's been vacant land for quite some time. Next slide, please. This is the existing survey of the existing Orr Park. So as I mentioned, it's Ansel Avenue is to the northeast, and Lamont is the cul-de-sac that terminates just to the south of the existing Orr Park. It includes some playground equipment and a little water play feature at the eastern corner. Next slide, please. So this is our plan for the two parks. As I mentioned, we've got Citizens Leadership Academy between the two sites. The new multifamily residential development is the Axis at Ansel. That was just recently completed. We've got to the north and to the west a little bit. We've got the Amesbury and Rosalind apartment complex, and then to the west there's a smaller multifamily development to the west of the new park. And it's set up. We've kind of arranged. I'll start with the new park site. We've arranged a new park for a new entryway and pedestrian entryway that will kind of be aligned with the intersection of Lamont and East 97th. And within, so as you enter the park, there's a plaza area, that's concrete plaza area that'll include some game tables. We've got a gathering circle and a misting tower. A misting tower is something that will provide some cool water to park users in the summertime. And then we've got a playground with new equipment that has several pieces of climbing equipment and swing set, slide, and a couple of spinning spinners for just kind of a variety of uses for the kids. And then, as I mentioned, we since the school lost their play field, we've included a new kind of just practice play fields in the center of the park. The main walk on the eastern side of the park actually connects up to the new Axis at Ansel apartment complex and continues through to Ansel Road. So we've got a pedestrian connection, goes from Ansel down to, through the park and to the East 97th and Lamont intersection. And then we've also included a kind of a 1/6 of a mile walking loop that just wraps around the play field and goes through the playground and plaza areas. Just for kind of a walking enjoyment and exercise. So that's essentially what we have for the new site. The existing site is becoming, we've changed it into, we're going to remove the old play equipment. It's 25 or 30 years old. It's kind of deteriorated quite a bit. So we're going to remove that and make this more of a passive space. We are keeping the outdoor water feature that's at the kind of that eastern point on the park, and then creating just a pedestrian, just a walking loop, a smaller loop with that oval sidewalk, with also providing connections into that site from the school, from Ansel Avenue, and then obviously from Lamont. Next slide, please. And then this is our planting plan. We've got for the new park, we've got several species of native shade trees and ornamental trees, mainly focusing, I think, around the kind of the frontage along Lamont, just to create a kind of a vegetated edge along between Lamont and the playground and plaza area and create some shade in those hardscapes. Then also just kind of adding some additional trees kind of throughout the northern end of the park, just to, kind of create a tree canopy and some shade in those areas as well. And then we've got a rain garden where, based on the way our site slopes, we've got a rain garden that's at the northeast end of the park to collect stormwater and kind of mitigate the flow of stormwater into the storm sewer system. And for the eastern park, they've got a very significant tree canopy now, and we're really not going to add anything to that site from a tree perspective, but it will be greened up significantly with new lawn by the removal of the existing pavements and playground equipment. Next slide, please. And then this is just an example of what the new equipment will be, the new playground equipment. And on the upper left-hand corner, we've got a kind of a bird's eye view of the playground itself. The main feature will be that larger play piece that's next to the aerial view. It's kind of has a triangular shaped framework with ropes in the middle. That's a nice large piece of climbing equipment. It's set up so that so the kids can move from piece to piece. So they can move from that piece to the next climber, which is the Unity canopy. It's more of a hanging climber to some of there's a set of parallel bars, and then we've got various spinners and things for individuals and larger groups of kids to spin on. And then to the right, we've got site furnishings that show our standard city park benches and bike racks and game tables, trash receptacle, city park sign, obviously. And then for the west site, we are going to do an ornamental fencing along Lamont Avenue to create some protection there. So we've got an example of an ornamental fence that we're putting along Lamont. Next slide, please. And then the only other thing I've included here was a lighting plan. We are adding some light poles to this park, mainly around the playground and plaza area. We've got 4 light poles, and then along this walk that goes on the east side, we have an additional 4 light poles that provide lighting at night for that side of the park, and then also along the frontage is where we wanted to include lighting. And I think that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Commission members?
So there's a question in the chat from a Joy Johnson that says, has the mayor's office talked to anyone from Citizens Leadership Academy lately regarding this park? I'm on the board of Breakthrough Schools, full disclosure.
Okay. Our last meeting was, I think, before COVID with the Citizen Leadership Academy. We had our managers from Recreation and our development manager and Mayor's Office of Capital Project met with Citizens Leadership Academy, and they reviewed this plan with them. Yes, so that was the last meeting we had with them. But we would certainly, and as we're getting under construction, we certainly want to go back to them and just give them an update of where we are and what the sequencing of construction is going to be. Obviously, because we're going to be working on both sides of their property.
Anyone else?
Mr. Bowen, I would like to mention that we have lost 2 commission members, one temporarily.
Okay.
I'll move.
How many do we have?
Michael?
We have a quorum. We have 4.
Okay, good.
I'll move approval. Downing.
Second, Curry.
Motion second, further discussion. Roll, please.
Bowen,
Yes.
Downing,
Yes.
Fluker,
Yes.
Curry.
Yes.
Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
The next is MLK Library new construction. This was originally viewed February 21st for schematic design approval. Who's here for this one?
I am David, as well as, so this is David Cron with Bialowski Cleveland, as well as the owner for the Lost Project, Steve Rubin, as well as Jonathan Kurtz, the architect of MLK, and the owner representative, Peter McEwen, and a couple more representatives of the library, including John Lang, and I believe Eric Herman as well.
David, sorry, this is Lillian. I need to recuse myself. The foundation and myself personally was involved in funding the design competition for this project.
Well, that means we would lose our quorum, right, Michael?
That is correct, unless Councilman's life is returned. I would say we no longer have a quorum.
So here, to make life easier on you, David,
sure.
How about if we do this? How about if we skip these two projects so Lillian doesn't have to recuse herself? We'll go to the other ones. And then when Charles gets back on the line, because he's going home, I think, to pick up there. Why don't we put you guys back on? Can you hold? Because we want to vote.
Yep, understood.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
So, Michael, can you text the councilman just to say when he gets back on, let us know.
So it's these two projects, Mr. Bowen?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Because they're actually kind of doing them together too. So let's go down to Downtown Flats Design Review, Carnegie Service Station. Who's here for that?
Leon Sampat, LS Architects.
Okay, please raise your right hand, and then when you say I do, state your name again, please. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer under the penalty of perjury?
I do, Leon Sampat.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, so we are here to discuss the Carnegie gas station. It is at Carnegie and East 9th, 2419 East 9th Street. So the current owners of the gas station have purchased the former Cleveland Carnegie Ballroom, and they are looking at expanding their operations into this lot. So they currently have a small convenience store, kind of a portable type unit that they will be demolishing. It's shown on the site plan there at the north end of the building. There's currently 4 gas pumps. We are looking at adding 2 more pumps. The gas pump structure, or the roof structure, is going to remain as existing. It has enough capacity for the 6 pumps that will be final. The convenience store is going to get relocated into the former ballroom building. So we're looking at occupying about 3,900 square feet of the ballroom building for the new convenience store. And the remainder of the 10,600 square foot building, first floor of the building, would be opened up for future tenant spaces. We've kind of allocated some areas, but they don't have any signed leases. We've created a kind of a corridor from the south parking lot through the structure to the north to kind of give access to both parking areas and both lots. The exterior of the building, if you go to the next slide, is where the majority of the renovations will happen. Essentially, we're taking and refacing the existing ballroom building. There's an existing billboard sign at the north end of the building that's leased by Lamar. We are going to have that reworked for a new digital sign, which we want to incorporate into the architecture of the building. That would wrap that corner of that north west corner of the building. From there, we're going to reface part of the structure with some wood-looking slat hardy plank material with some staining of the existing brick to give it a more cohesive appearance. That we are doing a brake metal cap vertically and horizontally, and some metal awnings. There is Currently at the south end of the, if you go back one slide to the site plan, we are basically restriping the parking lots, and we'll have 25 parking spaces at the rear. We've actually removed the gates that are currently securing the parking lot. We'll leave the right iron fence in, but the gate will be removed. We're adding new landscaping back there. I did want to mention that design review, they did request to soften up the building a little bit at the north end with some landscaping beds, so we did add that for our final design review approval. I don't know if anybody has any questions. That's kind of an overview of the project.
Commission members?
I move approval. Downing.
Second, Curry.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Roll, please.
Bowen,
Yes.
Downing,
Yes.
Fluker,
Yes.
Curry. Sorry, Lillian? I'm sorry, I don't hear you.
Sorry, I just lost connectivity for a second.
Got
Yes.
it, thank you.
All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. We move on to Brewdog renovation. This is at 1956 Carter Road. Who's here for this one?
This is Julian Workley with Vocon.
Good morning. Let me swear you in, please. Are you the only one speaking?
Yes.
Okay. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth as you shall answer under the penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So Brewdog, and I'll make this quick in the essence of time here. Brewdog is an international brewery and brew pub owner. And currently in the States, they have Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, they're Columbus. They have 2 locations in Columbus, and they are now coming to Cleveland. If you look at the location on the map, we're going in the Scranton Peninsula, 1956 Carter Road. And we are going to be basically the first commercial, non-industrial type of use on the Scranton Peninsula right now, I believe. Next slide, please. So you can see where we're located. It's currently the Avian building. The developer bought the old industrial building that was there and renovated it quite nicely. And we're going to be taking over that building and using the first floor and the rear yard between the rear of the building and the river. Next slide, please. So the existing conditions, you can see the Avian building, upper left-hand corner there. The developer did a beautiful job in renovating the building. All new windows, restored the interior and the exterior. It still retains its industrial feel. Some of the foundations from the old building and cranes are existing. You can see the upper right hand, that's the rear from the back of the building toward the river, and we're going to be utilizing that whole lawn area to the river. And then you can see on the lower right hand side, you can see they put a beautiful paved brick pathway with landscaping along between the parking lot and the building. Next slide, please. Just the existing site conditions. Next slide, please. So the area, this is the site plan right now. The drive and the parking lots are existing. The building is existing. We're going to be adding to the rear patio. We're going to be putting a privacy fence along the north property line, adjacent to the next property, because it's not exactly an attractive property. So if you're sitting out there having dinner or drinking your beer, it's not really that attractive. So we're going to be putting in a new fence that is a combination of steel post, coated steel post, and wood planks along the north side. Along the riverfront, we're going to be putting concrete bollards with chains similar to what's at Voinovich Park and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but smaller in scale. You can see there is various seating throughout. We're going to be using shipping containers. The outdoor bar is going to be housed in a shipping container. We're going to be having 2 covered areas, one immediately at the rear of the building that is going to be constructed out of steel I-beams, and then a sunshade fabric that'll just drape between the steel members. So we have 2 of those, one immediately behind the building and one more centered in the rear yard. And then the grayed out area to the bottom left of the plan is They're not going to be able to get it done this summer, so they're going to come back for approval for next spring, which is going to be more seating, a playground for children, and a dog park, because they're a very community-oriented, dog-friendly, family-friendly organization. Next slide, please. This is just some precedent images of what the feel of the rear yard is going to be, with the shipping containers that'll be cut open. The sides will be removed. There'll be festival lighting in the shipping containers and some of the trees on site, and also in the pavilions that are being built. Next slide, please. And these are precedent images of what, when we get to the playground next year in the dog park, kind of what the feel they're going for. Next slide, please. So this is just an aerial view of what the project is going to look like. You can see the two pavilion structures. The black boxes are the shipping containers, and then the signage that's going to be on the building. And then the dark gray line at the division between the dark green and light green is the fence that's being proposed. Next slide, please. We're going to skip through some of these in the essence of time. Go ahead. Next slide, please. So this one, you can see the interior existing concrete feel, the overhead garage doors that are going to open to the exterior patio, and kind of an image of what the canopy is going to be like, although those members are going to be a lot heavier. They're not going to be that thin and wispy. Next slide, please. Just some more precedent images. Next slide, please. There'll be some exterior gas-fired and wood-fired fire pits that the owner's providing. Next slide, please. This is an image of what the bar constructed out of the shipping container will be like. Next slide, please. Some more images of what the seating in the shipping containers will be like. This will be custom seating put inside and the festival lighting. Next slide, please. They'll be adding some nicely constructed bleachers facing the river, so you can take your food and your beer and sit that, watch the boats go by. Next slide, please. Anywhere that's red on this current plan is where festival lighting will be incorporated. There are post lighting currently along the line between the parking lot and the building site that continue along the south edge of the property. And there's also one post light in the grass area existing, but all the red areas will be festival lighting. Next slide, please. So the left image shows the fence that we'll be using is a black metal frame. It's steel coated. And then the wood will be horizontal planks, but it'll be a natural finish. It won't be the gray finish. It'll be a natural finish, more like the planter you see in the bottom right hand, which is also the planters that we're going to be using between the existing building foundations that remain on site to form the south border of the site between the lawn and the parking area. We'll be have a series of these planter boxes. Next slide, please. You can just skip through the proposed building colors because the landlord wants to keep the building the white with the dark blue, so we're not going to be repainting the building. Signage, proposed signage. The gantry sign that you see over the drive is not going to be installed now. The landlord wants to hold off on that, has not given approval for that, so that's out of the project. The lower photo there, we're going to be adding individual channel letters to the top of the existing canopy. There will be below that, you'll see there's a white rectangle that is a menu sign on the outside. There's a box sign with the BrewDog emblem on the south side of the building, and then a small flag sign out front, another box sign, double-sided out front to the right there. Next slide, please. And then they're proposing to put two large rooftop signs. As you know, this is in the flats between the Carter Lift Bridge and the rail lift bridge. There's really nothing down there. And they really want to be able to draw attention to to the property to bring guests in, and also to continue that kind of industrial feel to the building. So those are the two in a V shape at the top of the west side of the building facing the river. And then one sign will be facing the southwest, the other side will be facing the northwest, I believe it is, toward downtown. Next slide, please. And that's just a view of what would look from the side of the building. Next slide, please. And these are images of the sign. So this is the BrewDog emblem that they're going to be putting on. They have their BrewDog blue, the individual channel letters, and then basically the menu board size on the face of the building. Next slide. And I think that's it. And that's just our letter from the sewer district.
All right, thank you. Commission members?
This is Lillian. I think it's a great project and I move approval and thank you.
And I'll second Downing.
Okay, motion and second. Further discussion? Michael, call the roll, please.
Bowen,
Yes.
Downing,
Yes.
Fluker,
Yes.
Curry,
Yes. Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, committee members. Thank you, Chairman.
Have a great weekend.
You too.
We will be losing another member in about 20 minutes. So just so you know.
Who's the member we're going to be losing?
I believe Mr. Fluker has a 12:30 hard stop.
You guys not gonna get to your.
Oh, gosh. I'm thinking, how do we, because we have the library and
The councilman is not back yet.
yeah, I text them too. All right, well, let's
Mr.
just keep on
Chairman?
moving. Let's see what we can get
Yes.
done.
Yes.
Flats East Bank electronic message board. Who's here for that?
Mike Boyer with signature sign.
Okay, Mike, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth as you shall answer under the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Go ahead.
This is an electronic message center that was approved yesterday. It's one of two. This one is on Main Avenue under the bridge on a hill as you approach the main location. And it'll be used to advertise the venues and events that go on at the businesses at the Flats East Bank. Like as I said, it was approved, this particular sign, not the one in the drawing that's up now.
Mr. Chairman, we also have Mr. Santora with his hand raised.
Anthony, go ahead.
Good morning, Commission. This is Anthony Santor, Cleveland City Planning. I administer the downtown flats. So this is one of two signs that are being presented. So the first sign you're seeing here is on the front avenue. That sign was decided to be tabled because there was some additional discussion that wanted to be had about the size of it. So the sign that we're being asked to look at is the sign that was approved. And Maurice, if you can continue to go down, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. This sign along the main avenue, this one was approved by the committee with no comments. We also received some public comment from the Downtown Cleveland Residents Association. They were in support of this sign. They had some issues with the previous sign. That's why the committee decided to table the other sign with the applicant's approval and look at just approving this sign. And Maurice, if you can go one more slide, I believe, one more. So here you can see the sign on the left, the front avenue, that is the one that was tabled. And then the sign under Main Avenue is the one that was approved and being
Okay.
looked at today.
So I just see that Charles is going to join us. So we're just doing the one under the bridge. Commission members,
I move approval. Downing.
Second, Fluker.
Okay, motion second. Further discussion? Roll, please.
Bowen,
Yes.
Downing,
Yes.
Fluker,
Yes.
Curry,
Yeah.
Okay, motion carries. Let's go to the library and the library lofts right now because I need to keep a quorum here. And Charles is getting on the computer right now. So everyone that's going to speak to this, raise your right hand, and then when you say I do, please state your name. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth as you shall answer under the penalty of perjury?
I do. David Crone.
I do.
Eric Jonathan
Kurtz. Steve Rubin.
Hugh.
All right. Charles, are you on?
I am. I'm switching devices, but I can watch. So
Perfect. Perfect. Okay. We're going to lose a quorum and Lillian has to recuse herself. So go ahead, guys.
So are we doing the library part first? Do you want me to continue down?
No, actually, if you start at the beginning, if it's okay with the chair and the commission, we'd like to just keep it in the order of the presentation and then ask for two motions at the end.
So is this where you want it, right here? Is that good?
Yes, that's fine. And we can move through this quite quickly. So nothing has changed in the location or disposition of the site. This is just a friendly reminder. Existing conditions. As you know, the Artisan building is actually already under construction to the north. You can keep going. That's just the aerial view that was presented and slightly updated. Site disposition is the same as noted. There have been some enhancements to all 4 entries. So just to reiterate, the library is the southeast and northeast. The lofts residential is in the southwest and northwest corners. Those have just been articulated a little more carefully, and we can keep going. Just a large ground floor plan to show those entrances and some of the back of house space. We'll let Jonathan touch on the design of the library as it meets the ground. Upper plan of the residential is largely the same. The amenity is in that lighter kind of reddish color, trying to activate that Euclid primary frontage with amenity activities. You can keep going. Upper floors consistent with units unchanged since schematic approval. Going. Concept, as we all probably recall, is the library loft being a library shelf and this construct of a frame and objects within. This is the final material palette of a cement fiber board and some champagne light bronze metallics to create some interest in shimmer through different weather patterns. Keep going. Just an enlarged version of that, we've added some dark, or should say medium bronze tones and some different textures to activate the sort of theoretical bookshelves or books moving within the framework, just to add some variation to the facade. Keep going. So this is that primary Euclid facade. You're seeing the library below on the datum line of the canopy, then creates a sense of break, what we've been calling the piano nobile, or this all glass layer, and then the shelf logic above. So this is largely unchanged, just some refinements to the facade. Next one. This is the facade facing Opportunity Corridor to the west. Go to the next one. And to the north, facing Reserve Court and the public garage, which has received schematic approval and will be coming back to you with final, and that garage then parks this building. You can see it's largely serviced along the lower level. You'll see better in the renderings. Next slide. This is the courtyard side facing what we hope to be a future public space, currently parking for the Fenway to the east of the building. This is the facade that has had the most refinement for the lofts portion, and it was received well by the design review committee yesterday.
I like the deer in the rendering.
Well, you know, last year there were a lot of deer walking the streets when we all stayed inside. And then the actual courtyard cutaways of the section, just some refinements to the proportions of the openings and the materiality within the courtyard. Next slide. Same facade, just opposite hand here, looking the other way. So with that, I will turn it quickly over to Jonathan. This is the combined renderings, and he can walk you through some of the updates to the library.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, David. Yeah, so, we've been working very closely with David and Steve and their team to kind of compose this building as a whole. So appreciate you guys allowing us to kind of present it as such. The first two floors are the library, and as David mentioned, we have this kind of horizontal datum, which is the canopy that separates the two, although the corner we're looking at here is the residential entry, which is at the southwest corner. We can go forward again. Yeah, so just a little reminder, the library itself is thought of really as an extension of the public space, of the sidewalk, kind of a place, a civic place, a square within University Circle, essentially. And we think of the building on these three kind of scales. One is the civic scale, which is kind of the superstructure, the elevated canopy, and this kind of we're consistent with our previous kind of conceptual underpinnings, trying to create a very ephemeral curtain or wrapper between inside and outside. So it feels very much a kind of public space. And then kind of scaling down, we have the table within the library, which really organizes the library functions and serves as a kind of a performance place and a place for lectures and really kind of a multi-purpose hall, so to speak, for both the public and for the library. And that's largely concrete and wood. And then at the kind of human scale, these smaller interventions become much more playful in terms of an extension of the landscape. So, in some ways, it's kind of an interior playground that occupies the civic building. And so I think that juxtaposition is just something that we've been really intent on maintaining. You can go ahead. Planning. Again, our main entry to the southeast, that's been revised a bit. It's now actually two-story glazed, so it's a much more open southeast entry to Euclid. And then the northeast corner is kind of a cutaway that allows entry from the parking garage to the north. You see the profile of the table in the center, and then the various kind of louder spaces. There's a kind of a cafe along the east and reception area and that central kind of performance space. Second level, considered to be slightly quieter areas, the adult book stacks, a series of meeting rooms, community rooms, and a large kind of tech learning center that occupy that second level mezzanine. But really the building's conceived as a whole two-story volume as you see it from the exterior. The one other thing we've done is we've kind of manipulated the folding of the facade to create a little bit more playful dynamic, a little less regular, though it is kind of regular in there's only about 3 different angles, but it kind of undulates in and out in a play for motivating movement in and around the building. There's really, yeah, so we can go to the next slide. Just elevations, kind of repeat of what David was sharing. We can go to the next slide. There. Our palette is similarly kind of minimal in a way, very transparent glazing, intending to motivate a lot of visibility, both inside to out, outside to in, and then large full height 24-foot metal panels that are anodized aluminum. We can get them in a single sheet from a certain supplier, so they're going to be very kind of non-normative, both in their dimension and I think in the reading. The superstructure is cast in place concrete, which will be left exposed on the inside, and then this small and large aggregate concrete floor, which expresses itself both inside the building and outside on the sidewalk and landscape. Though we're not intending landscape approval for this session. We'll come back for a finished landscape session. Go ahead to the next. So evening rendering across Euclid, you're seeing kind of the two-story library entry, and again, this kind of folded facade with a sharp canopy that kind of picks up the reflection and ultimately will kind of vary in color throughout the day, night light, and you can see obviously the residential tower above. Next slide, I believe our last. So this is actually from the northeast, looking at the entry that is from the parking garage. You see kind of that, one thing we did is we flattened out the north face along Reserve Court for accessibility reasons, loading, unloading, a variety of things, but maintaining the same kind of panelization, hiding all of the doors within that panelization. And then, what we all, I think, hope will be a great amenity exterior space that can potentially tie off the east side of the library. I can go into more detail about everything, but I hope I was quick enough.
It's beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commission members, questions?
I move approval. Downing.
Second, Fluker.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, can we be clear on what the motion is for either the MLK branch library new construction or library lofts? They are separated on the agenda.
Sure. So the first one is the library itself, which we finished with. And I believe that's what the motion and second's for, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's for the library. Further discussion? Call the roll, please.
Bowen.
Yes.
Downing.
Yes.
Fluker.
Yes.
Slight.
Yes.
Motion carries. So the next one, this is for the lofts.
I move approval. Downing.
Second, Fluker.
We have a motion and second. Further discussion? I just want to say it's a beautiful project. Thanks for presenting today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Roll, please.
Bowen.
Yes.
Downing.
Yes.
Fluker.
Yes.
Slight.
Yes.
Good luck. Looking forward to it.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. So we have a presentation, and this is for information only. This is the ODOT CCG 3A project. That's kind of a sexy name.
Thank you. This is Doug Blank from Michael Baker.
Who's here for this?
This is Doug Blank from Michael Baker. We've also got Dave Listofka from Ohio Department of Transportation, the project manager for the agency. And we've got Skip Smallridge and Deneen Crosby from Crosby, Schlesinger, Smallridge, the landscape architects and urban planners on the project.
Hey, sorry, before you go, David, are there any other items that need approval that aren't for information? Because I think we're going to lose this meeting in about 10, 15 minutes.
No, so for informational only, we do not need a quorum because we're not taking.
Okay, I just wondered if there were any other items that need to be voted on. It's this one. Is this the last item?
No, this is the last one.
Okay, that's it.
So we're good.
Okay.
You're not leaving, are you?
No, but I mean, it's 12:30, so I've heard this one is really long, so I'm just asking.
Okay. And I don't believe I need to swear you in either, do I, Michael?
No, Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't think so. They do not need permits from the city of Cleveland, so they're giving this as a courtesy to us.
No, that's what I believe too. So, okay. Go ahead, guys.
Thank you very much. So CCG3A is the challenging name, but it just means the third phase of the Interbelt following CCG1 and CCG2, which were the two halves of the Interbelt Bridge over the Cuyahoga River that you see there on the schematic. CCG6 has also been completed out of order. It's the I-77, I-490. So CCG3 is where the I-90 and I-77 interchange comes together near Progressive Field, stretches all the way east to Carnegie. We are currently in detailed design and construction is slated to begin in spring of 2024. Next slide, please. The reason we're here today is we've been holding a series of stakeholder meetings over the past 7 months. We presented to design review yesterday, the result of that planning. We're excited about the improvements that are being proposed to the streets surrounding the project area, as well as how the project will present to the public driving through the trench on I-90. We had representatives from Campus District, downtown Cleveland. Many of the institutions in Campus District participated in the meetings, as well as representatives from the city and the county. I'd like to turn it over to Dave from ODOT here to just discuss some of the discussions that have been ongoing with the city in regards to maintenance.
Good afternoon, Commission members. Thank you. Thanks for letting us present today. My name is David Listofka. I'm the project manager from ODOT's District 12 office. I just want to highlight that this project does have committed funding from the group that's called TRAC, the Transportation Review Advisory Council. It's a competitive grant process for these major projects throughout the state. So it's $160 million in state fiscal 2024. So as Doug mentioned, we hope to have construction in calendar 2024. I've been working on this piece of it for about a year, trying to and this what you'll see today is what we're trying to do to connect into the neighborhood, show opportunities for some maybe higher level aesthetics. I have been working in our leadership at ODOT had been working with the city administration, trying to really focus on maintenance responsibilities. We obviously can't build something that can't be maintained. So even as early as this past week, I was on a call with Chief Darnell Brown and Chief Ribka and Director Cox from the city administration, trying to focus on can we maintain these elements that you're going to see. The city administration has kind of challenged the project team and themselves to find partners. They don't think they can maintain all these elements themselves. So we are actively looking for partners to assist the city to maintain these. We'll probably scale some of these elements based on the ability of those maintenance partners to step forward. ODOT will be maintaining things that are down on the highway. What you're going to see a lot of today is the city facing things that are on city right away that we really need a partner. One thing I do want to mention was Columbus, the Long and Spring Street projects always comes up. They built some amazing aesthetic items on some bridges over I-71. There is a maintenance agreement between ODOT and the city of Columbus that Columbus maintains all those aesthetic elements. They also were very aggressive in funding. They did bring additional $7 million to the project, both from their MPO with our, it's MORPC, which is their version of NOACA, and $1.8 million of their own money to really get some higher level aesthetics. Long has the ability to have a building on that one, which is above and beyond something ODOT would normally do. So I just want to preface that, and I appreciate your guys' input you have on the project. I'm going to turn it over to Skip Smallridge from Crosby, Schlesinger, and Smallridge, part of the Baker team.
Okay, thanks. Good afternoon. We thought it would be useful to show one aerial photograph just to get you oriented to the site. As you can see, it starts in the south between Progressive Field and Tri-C, moves up Carnegie Avenue, then on the top, at the bottom, St. Vincent's housing project from the Cuyahoga Housing Authority, and it spans all the way up to Cleveland State. There are two contexts here. At the surface level, the 3 mph pedestrian level, the East 22nd Street Bridge is a very important crossing over the trench. And there are other streets that are important from a pedestrian, from a landscape point of view. From the driver's point of view, going through the trench, 60 miles an hour, you experience the walls, the ramps, the bridges, the fencing, the lighting, and we've addressed all of those as well. So we're going to be looking at this at two scales, at the city level and down at the level of the trench itself. And as we did this, we had to look forward to the next few phases of the project. Can we have the next slide, please? So on the left-hand screen, you're looking at a diagram that we made a few years ago in an earlier phase of the project. At the bottom is the Carnegie Street Bridge, and at the top, of course, is the lakefront. You're looking at a dozen bridges, more or less. They're spaced unevenly. The trench isn't exactly straight and narrow. It gets a little bit wider, and of course, it shifts back and forth as it goes from the river to the lake. What you'll also notice is there are a lot of on and off ramps. So it's not, for example, like Fort Washington Way in Cincinnati, where you have two uniform height parallel walls with uniform spacing on bridges taking a straight shot along the riverfront in Cincinnati. This is much more dynamic. It shifts back and forth, it gets wider, it gets narrower, and then it ends, as you see on the right-hand side, right-hand screen, right-hand diagram, I guess. It comes into Dead Man's Curve, goes under two railroad bridges, and then into the interchange at the lakefront. These are CCG 4 and 5, and they're programmed for many years later. But the point is that the design elements that we're working on today and that we're discussing today will be reflected in future design elements as well, down the line with CCG 4 and CCG 5.
This is the project area of CCG 3A. Like I mentioned, it's primarily centered around the I-77, I-90 interchange, but does stretch east to Carnegie. Carnegie and East 22nd go over the freeway, and then everything else you see to the west, the freeway goes over, with the exception of the large flyover ramp that will take I-90 west to I-77 south. It's that C-shaped structure at the far left. Deneen?
Thanks. Next slide, please. This is Deneen Crosby. I'm a landscape architect and a partner at Crosby Schlesinger Smallridge. These are project goals that we developed, and then we've been updating them through the stakeholder process. And they are to connect the city. This is at the street level across the highway, as well as longitudinally along the highway. Promoting a welcoming identity, largely for drivers that are coming in on the highway system into or through the city. A wayfinding and user experience. This is both the street level, pedestrians, bicyclists, drivers, as well as highway drivers. And best environmental practices in the design and a maintainable design. Dave talked a little bit about maintenance agreements. We want to make sure that what's built out here will last, and that we know what maintenance is required and who's going to be doing it. Next slide. Some opportunities that we identified, the yellow are streetscape opportunities. The green, the infield area, which is not thought to be accessible, but it's a place for native planting, for tree canopy, for stormwater. Potential lots, the blue areas, and this could be for open space, building lots. The purple highway elements Skip is going to talk to, and some gateway locations to various districts within the city. Next. So a summary of our plan, we're going to be discussing going from left to right. The cross connections, the left one is 14th and 18th Street. That moving from south to north opens onto Carnegie with a potential gateway location and existing triangular open space to the Playhouse Square and Gateway District. In the middle, East 22nd Street, connecting campus and housing on the south, campus on the north. There are opportunities here to possibly deck over some structure, do some bridge improvements, and Gateway Park at Carnegie, which I'll walk through. And then Cedar Ave, which is now splitting to connect to East 22nd Street and to another potential gateway location along Carnegie to Midtown, which I'll also walk through. Longitudinally, Carnegie Ave, there's streetscape opportunities as well as the parks. And on the south, connecting ramps to East 22nd Street and Cedar Avenue, streetscape opportunities there as well. Next slide, please. So starting on Carnegie, moving left to right, we have some opportunities to plant the median to help with the scale of the street. We've talked to the city. These are thought to be native grasses, which are maintainable. On both sides of East 22nd Street, to the west or to the left and to the east, there are opportunities to plant the edges, trees to the west, lower plantings to the east. There are utility lines on the east. Build new sidewalks, new lighting, some back of sidewalk improvements. Next slide. The gateway parks that flank East 22nd Street on the south side of Carnegie. What we're proposing here is that the retaining wall that's needed for the trench, for the highway area, is this semicircular wall that returns kind of into a landscape slope. And what it does is retain the grade at the Carnegie Ave and East 22nd Street level. So these are potentially open spaces accessible from East 22nd and Carnegie. They are still to be designed. They're thought of as largely passive, with some bold geometry that marks them as gateway parks, and designing it as one park through which East 22nd Street passes. Next slide. And just some precedent images of bold forms, seating, tables and chairs, all still to be determined. Next slide. This is that same area looking from the highway level up. You can see the retaining wall that returns into the landscape, and then a cascading landscape, not accessible though, from the park level down to the highway level. The thought is that we are going to be talking to ODOT. They have a pollinator program. We're looking at opportunities for native plantings, design review. Yesterday I mentioned the very important point of they have to be very rugged to live in this kind of environment. Point taken. But this shows you that from the highway level, what this does is, if you're a driver, it gives you some view corridors up to the street level, either to parks or landscaping or to buildings beyond, rather than the kind of relentless retaining wall being in the trench area. Next slide, please. So East 22nd Street, there are opportunities to deck over some structure as well as some bridge opportunities. So the area that you see here outlined in red is structure that's needed to support Cedar Ave. And it comes out to the median of the highway because we can't have supports where there are cars passing through. The team is looking at minimizing this or making less space here, but we also have some ideas about it. And I'll show you some opportunities for East 22nd Street Bridge. It's worth noting that the bridge itself is going from about 125 feet long to 200 feet long. So that walking environment is going to be very important on the bridge. It's also getting a little wider. It's about 90 now, and it's going to about 100. Next slide. So the East 22nd Street Bridge, what we've done is favored the east side where most people are walking. So the section looks like 2 lanes of traffic in each direction, bike lanes in each direction, an 8-foot sidewalk on the west side, an 8-foot sidewalk on the east side with 6 feet for planters and some built-in seating. Some precedent images shown on the right. Next slide, please. And this is a 3D looking down that shows some custom fencing that Skip will speak to, some planters of varying height and width. At their widest, they get to about 6 feet wide, where you see smaller trees or larger shrubs, and seating built into the planter. Next slide, please. We can just continue on. This is a modular system for the same concept. This plan just shows you what it looks like in plan. The 3 feet to 6 foot wide planters, the seating, and the yellow, which is difficult to see on my slide here, but are non-ODOT elements that maintenance is being discussed for. Next slide.
What are the lane widths that are depicted?
Judd, can you talk to that? I think they're 11.
Absolutely, yes. City traffic's been very flexible on tightening lane widths to prioritize pedestrian environments here. The original planning study had 12-foot lanes everywhere, and we've worked with Andy Cross of the Division of Traffic Engineering to go with 10-foot turn lanes and 11-foot through lanes with, I believe, 6-foot bike lanes.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome, thank you.
This is just some detail. The more narrow planter, the 6-foot planter, is beyond this with built-in seating, and we're really looking for materials that are a little warmer, so we could tone the precast concrete, but we're looking at wood seating and other elements to introduce here to make it more hospitable to walking across the bridge. Next, please. And this is that area that was outlined in red, the deck area. So you can see the structure that's required for Cedar Ave, again, looking to make that lower, but we're also discussing the possibility of decking over this. Next slide. And these are, sorry, these images are running together, but these are three very diagrammatic sketches of what could be done there. So you see East 22nd Street. Option one is you can just deck over it. Concrete, nicer pavers, you can put movable furniture there, you can program it for community events, you know, farmers markets. Option two shortens the walking distance between East 22nd Street Bridge and Cedar Ave and the Cuyahoga housing. So there's a small plaza on the corner, and then the rest of it is some kind of a green treatment, and that could be a green roof treatment. It could be planters, it could be lawn. And option three is a kind of a full build out plaza park design. And if that's the direction that we go in, we would be looking to design it in a way that it becomes another flanking park like the parks on the north, although the detailing is going to be very different because it's on deck, whereas the parks on the north are on terra firma. Next, please. So the other two crossing streets, we talked about East 22nd Street. To the west is 14th and 18th Street. As I mentioned, I think that East 14th and 18th Street pass underneath the viaduct. The highway is up in the air at this point through to Carnegie. And the other connecting street is Cedar Avenue that starts at East 22nd Street. And the project is, and ends at Carnegie. The project is setting a precedent for street tree planting where we can along Cedar Avenue. Two gateway locations, one a triangular area on East 22nd Street, one by the housing where the street splits, and then just making note of the Midtown, a possible entrance to the Midtown district up at Carnegie. The area that you see in between along the highway is not accessible. That is ODOT right away. It would be planted. It's another opportunity for canopy planting, for other kinds of native plantings. Next slide. And in the middle here is an enlargement of 14th and 18th Streets. So the gray ribbon through the middle is I-90. It's on viaduct, and the white stripes on the top and the bottom are the ramps. And we looked at the sun shadow diagrams for this area, and it's possible that you can plant actually underneath the ramps. They're high enough and thin enough. So the idea here is that the edges are being treated as a continuous landscape through as you pass underneath the viaduct. Now, I-90 is lower and wider than the ramps to the north and the south, so you can't continue planting for the whole distance. So what we've done is design these arching terraced, low terrace walls that are planted where they can be planted, and then some other materials, stone mulch, where they can't be. And the idea is that we're trying to weave the underside of I-90 with the continuing landscape on either side. So if you look at the perspective on the lower left-hand side, you can see those terraces beyond, and you can see how they return to the landscape. And far in the distance beyond those two cars is that triangular area that we've identified as a gateway to Playhouse Square in Gateway District. And Skip will talk to highway elements. Next slide, please.
So I know these shifts in scale back and forth are a little hard to follow, but for orientation, the 14th and 18th Street gateways that Deneen just described are shown here on the very lower left of this plan. But then as you move up following going east on the highway, you go under the 22nd Street Bridge and then under the Carnegie Avenue Bridge. And what you'll see there are a number of walls and piers. The piers are in the center, in the median, and the walls flank it, both high walls, low walls. They come in several different forms, which we needn't get into. But one of the important things to understand is that as you go under the bridges, the fencing and the abutments of the bridges will be very prominent visual features. And so we've been looking at the design of the walls, the design of the piers, and the design of the fences. The next slide will show us what the East 22nd Street fence could look like in some very, very early sketches. The stakeholders working with us, we all agreed that the bridge imagery in the flats was very compelling. And so you're looking on the lower right and going all the way up, in fact, the entire right panel, a series of arch bridges, a through arch bridge, and then as you move to the diagram on the left, you see a couple of elevations of arches, and then on the bottom left, you see one of the bascule bridges, one of the railroad bascule bridges, which is in a permanent upward location, sort of put together as an abstract diagram, two bridges, if you will. Next slide. Here's a diagram of how that bridge sketch works out when we hardline it. I won't go into the details of the fence itself, except to say there's a 3-foot concrete parapet at the bottom. The overall height is 11 feet. We think that might come down a little bit. This hasn't gone into final design. One feature that we're considering is using LED lighting in the outline of the bridge. You can see that at the top and bottom when the color changes from the gray to blue. Next slide, please. Here's a similar thing with one of the arches. Now, the arches could be various things. They could be channels. They could be different kinds of metal cross sections. The fence itself has to comply with federal regulations. It has to be a certain height. The mesh has to be a certain dimension. And the fence posts in this case are about 5 feet apart as you walk across the bridge. Next slide. Here's a 3D diagram of that. And the importance of this is that as you're driving in, the East 22nd Street Bridge becomes a gateway, if you will, for drivers who are going eastbound on I-90. Next slide. In developing the wall concepts, there are a number of things to keep in mind. One is that people are seeing them at 60 miles an hour, rush hour accepted. And you're frequently seeing them at an oblique angle. So you're seeing repetitive patterns. Next slide. We looked at 3 different types of walls. Now, by types, I mean types of imagery. The first one was iconic structures, bridges, buildings in Cleveland. The Guardians of Transportation were suggested by one of the stakeholders. We looked at natural elements. Forest City was suggested, as well as the fact that the trench itself actually goes from the river to the lake, from one landscape element to another. And we looked at total abstraction. Next slide, please. So here's the first one. You'll see at the top that we looked at the bridge imagery again, and you can see it spanning across a long wall. These walls would be about 22, 25 feet high. So, and there would be a lot of variation because of all of the on and off ramps. Frequently, these walls are going to become triangles, going from a very small height up to the full height of 22, 25 feet. On the left-hand side, you see some of the abstractions of buildings. On the far lower right, for example, you see the West Side Market depicted here under the East 22nd Street Bridge. These were developed at various scales and various manners. None of them particularly resonated with the stakeholders. Next, please. Natural elements, you can see a number of ideas here of taking abstract natural elements, leaves, trees, foliage, etc. On the upper right, both of those images on the upper right represent a first attempt at banding. And what I mean by that is developing a horizontal datum line so that as you're driving along the trench, you know when you're going up, you know when you're going down. It would affect both ramps and the main line itself. On the lower right is a late sketch, one of many, to develop the lake to Crooked River idea. Next slide, please. Abstraction we had a lot of interest in this because the banding worked very well, and because you're going to be looking at a lot of this. You're going to be looking at 2 miles of walls, and abstraction isn't hard on the eye, and it's a repetitive pattern. It doesn't distract you, and it can be used in ways to help give orientation to the driver. But this didn't resonate as well, and so we moved on from that. Next slide, please. One of the stakeholders suggested taking elements from the Guardians of Transportation, and so what you're going to see in the next few slides are the center panel in the statue, in the sculpture itself, taken into an expanded and abstract scheme. Next, please. So here you see those elements which are parallelograms on the north wall. The north wall with East 22nd Street Bridge going over in cross section, you see goes up on both sides. So you have a high wall in the middle, but it tapers as you go. And you see a 3D image of that in the lower left-hand screen. On the lower right-hand side, you see one of the abutments where the objects have been taken to a different scale. Next slide. Here you see the south wall, where you see a variation of scales. You can also add texture, you can add pattern, you can add color. Depending on where you are and what you're trying to achieve. Now, keep in mind, these will never be seen like this. These will be seen at an oblique angle. So they'll look very different to someone driving through the trench. Next screen. The piers are in the center, in the median between the eastbound and westbound barrels of I-90. And they are, of course, under all of the bridges. And there are 12 bridges, so they become pretty important. They started off as circular piers. We modified those into rectangular piers for a couple of reasons. One is that it replicates the plane of the abutment wall on the other side. Everything now is rectilinear, so you have one geometry, not two. And the other is that it gives us a surface on which we can begin to develop these iconic images. Next slide. Some of the walls will be what are called MSE walls, mechanically stabilized earth, and we won't be able to do these custom patterns. These are patterns which a manufacturer has sort of stock items, if you will, but we do have a chance to manipulate these and perhaps design them and customize them. So some of the walls that you see here in the infield, which are not in the trench, not part of the through driver's experience, will be the MSE walls. Next slide. So here's a night image. It brings some of the lighting together. If you look on the left-hand side, you see the East 22nd Street Bridge with some LED lights embedded in the bridge sculptural forms. You see the down lights under the bridge. This is standard ODOT and Federal Highway procedure. We can't use decorative lighting under the bridges because of safety, because we don't want to distract people. But you do see some decorative lighting along the base of the wall itself. I know it's a little bit dark, but there is uplighting here, which will A, make the experience driving through the trench a little bit lighter at night and on gray days, and B, it will help to silhouette the forms on the walls. Next slide, please. Deneen showed the slide on the right. That's the entry into 14th and 18th. And you see the rectangular piers on the left. That's an early model. It's a little not entirely accurate, but you get the idea that they are rectilinear piers and they have a face. And on the left-hand side, you see a precedent slide that shows lighting. Here we can use, with the ramp schemes, where there's slower speeds and people are coming up to the street, we can employ some decorative lighting. And so what we've recommended and what the committee's on board with is using lighting that's sort of theatrical, that leads you into Playhouse Square. Very simple palette, not too flashy, but lighting that creates a much more interesting environment as you enter the city than the regular downlights. Next, please. So Doug, you want to pick up here?
Well, I believe this is, all that we have to share, but we're happy to, take any questions or any further discussion that anyone would like us to share about this. Appreciate everybody's time and listening on a very long meeting. Thank you.
Commission members? I just got a question about the lane widths on the slower streets. There's an intuitive speed for the lane width. when we have wider lanes on a slower street, the intuitive speed kind of takes over and people kind of go too fast, you know, on a pedestrian street. So I'm thinking about 22nd Street.
Sure.
Was there any thought making it less than 11 feet?
You know, that's typically the minimum that we go for through streets. I mean, there is a lot of research that indicates that, you know, for safety and other, you know, throughput, there's absolutely no issue with dropping from 12 feet to 11-foot lanes, which is why we did so.
Okay.
When you get down to 10-foot lanes, that can get pretty tight, especially if there's any curvature. You know, 22nd's pretty straight, except for that kink at the southern end. You can see there on the screen where I believe Central comes in. So we have, like I said, we have reduced 1 foot for the through lanes, 2 feet down to 10 feet for the turn lanes. That's typically where we've gotten with city streets like this in the past. And there are medians, you know, on 22nd to the south that will be maintained. And we're putting a small median in at the northern end, which also serves to, I think, define the character of the street.
All right,
This is Lillian. You referenced Carnegie exit and still some decisions being made, or can you describe where things are with the Carnegie exit and the Midtown entrance?
Hey, Lillian?
That was me. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. If I may, part of the discussions, particularly around where 22nd, and then you have Cedar coming in, and you have the county building there. With respect to the partnerships associated with maintenance, we have been in dialogue with Cuyahoga County, particularly around that intersection, because it's right near a building that they own. And that gateway there is particularly impactful. And right now, a lot of the discussions around partnering with the county and others to on the maintenance side is really what the meeting last week was about. So specific to
I meant
this
Carnegie.
stretch here with Cedar.
The discussions around Carnegie Avenue and an exit there was referenced to that still being unresolved. I just wondered about the Carnegie decision.
Well, this is Dave with ODOT. I'll take that. So, you know, ODOT is committed to having that exit from I-90 eastbound East 22nd Street to be a through movement, which we're showing on Cedar past the former Juvenile Justice Center through to Carnegie. And then the fifth phase of the Interbelt is scheduled to have, it's called the Midtown Connector, which will connect Carnegie through to Chester as split one-way pairs. Does that answer your question?
I guess I'm just wanted to confirm, because you just referenced it, that is committed to in this project.
It is.
Okay, that was it.
Mr. Chairman, we also have Mr. Santoro with his hand raised.
Go ahead, Anthony.
Good morning, Commission. So there are two items. One is that we did receive a public comment from the Downtown Cleveland Residents Association regarding this. I know that there's no vote or anything being taken. This is only for information, but we did want to make the Commission aware that they were in support of it, and just would ask that ODOT have some thoughts as they're moving into the integration of the Shoreway and to keep the community involved in the process. The other item is that since this was informational only, the Downtown Flats Design Review Committee did want to be able to share their thoughts and support for the project with the Commission, and so they composed the statement which they would have liked me to read. So with the Commission's approval, I can go ahead and read that if you wish.
Go ahead, Anthony.
So it begins, esteemed members of the Planning Commission, the Downtown Flats Design Review Advisory Committee would like to voice our thoughts and support for the proposed designs presented by ODOT for their CCGA3 project, which was presented to us on 5/20/21 and is being presented to you this morning. The design, while not currently fully realized, shows a great deal of respect and thought imparted into the revamping of infrastructure from both ODOT and their design team. That being said, the committee would like to encourage ODOT and the design team to really examine the connectivity possibilities over the Interbelt and between downtown, the campus district, and the neighborhood of Cedar Central. This connectivity would make a significant difference in fostering a community atmosphere for the neighborhoods and citizens which have for so long been isolated across the Interbelt. Additionally, the committee would like the design team to further investigate the designs of the East 22nd Street Bridge, as it appears to be over-engineered towards vehicular traffic. The committee feels that the designs which illustrate capacity for 14,000 vehicles per day and sees typically no more than 6,000 vehicles per day according to NOACA's GIS portal should focus on serving pedestrians in green space. To this end, the number of lanes should be reduced on the southern portion of East 22nd Street, pedestrian infrastructure upgraded, and the entire length of the street rethought as one unified corridor, with the bridge connector serving as the linchpin. The committee would also like to compliment ODOT and their team in being proactive in presenting and obtaining feedback from the Design Review Committee as well as Planning Commission. The level of cooperation is to be commended and will result in a more robust and complete design, one which can and will be a betterment to the entire community. As they work through the rest of the details of the project and begin to approach implementation, we encourage ODOT and their team to reconnect with the Design Review Body, the Planning Commission, and community to continue the level of cooperation shown and help achieve the best possible design. The committee also does want to commend ODOT and their team on the expanded aesthetical approach to the designs of the proposed infrastructure illustrated in the drawings and presentation material. While oftentimes it seems as though the designs of the infrastructure provided to the city of Cleveland is lacking compared to other neighboring cities within our great state, ODOT and their team have shown with projects such as this, such elevated designs and implementations when it comes to our infrastructure are possible. We encourage ODOT and the city of Cleveland to continue to pursue every avenue available to ensure that the highest possible levels of design are achieved in the implementation of our infrastructure, whether that be through additional funding routes, design support, or advocacy at the highest levels. The infrastructure of our city does not have to be a utilitarian insert, but can contribute to placemaking and neighborhood development, as we can begin to see in what is being proposed. As such, the committee would also like to challenge ODOT and their team to continue to push the design of the project and maximize its potential for becoming a truly astounding place and neighborhood connector. Again, the committee wishes to thank ODOT and their design team for taking the time to present the project and obtain our feedback for what will surely be a great infrastructure project for not only the city, but the surrounding neighborhood and downtown area. It is our sincerest hope that this project can lead to others like it throughout the city. End statement.
Thank you. Other comments, questions?
No hands
So,
raised.
okay, so by listening to that, and I guess my thoughts about 22nd Street and the width of the lanes, as you go through engineering, it would be interesting to see what is really necessary and how do we make that a more pedestrian-friendly street. So if there's any other thoughts as you're going through engineering, we'd love to see them.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to reemphasize the fact that the maintenance conversation is going to be key with respect to ensuring that some of what you saw today can actually happen. And those discussions, as I alluded to earlier, are things that are being discussed, and there are some strategic partnerships being established for locations along this corridor, namely between Carnegie and Cedar along the bridge deck due to the county's building that they own there at the corner. And there's tremendous opportunity with that land and that structure there, which is why they have emphasized their interest in wanting to do something significant there.
Thank you, Freddie. All right, thanks for the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director.
Is there a director's report? Freddie?
There is not today. Thank you.
Okay, meeting's adjourned. Thanks for everyone sticking around.
Thank you.
Thank you.